those crows would shut up.
Not a fan of birds.
No. What about you?
Some, I suppose. There are some in the north that have a beautiful song. And others that, claw your eyes out. But, you take the good with the bad.
Those are the ones I was worried about. Is your arm okay?
It'll be alright.
You don't have to be even, you know.
Am I not allowed to kiss you?
You know that's not what I was saying.
Fine. We don't have to be even. Now I'm winning.
You're just lucky I have to catch up with putting on all my gear.
How much do you think that I'm wearing right now? This is mutually exclusive. You don't even have to do laces. Well, I suppose you do have to do laces. It's a bad example. You could just leave the shirt off.
No, I don't. It's the sun's bright. I'll get a sunburn. I don't want to do that.
Fair.
Unless you want me. I mean, why? I mean, I'll get a sunburn. I don't want to deal with that. I guess that's something that's different about Northern Rosa that I've heard is that sunburn is still pretty common, if anything, on the underside of your features.
I guess.
I mean,
though, generally, you're wearing enough clothing for it not to matter.
True.
I never really, well, I never put the sleeves back here after Canval because it was warm enough even in the winter, but I mean, it was cold for a while, but better than the cloth. Pulls on my arm.
Yeah, worried about that. Do you think in that instance you might need to get something custom to accommodate?
I mean, I have a cloak. I wore that when it was terribly bad at the island, but I have no intentions upon going far enough north for it to really matter, I suppose.
I guess let's keep it that way. And let's hope. I mean, I haven't heard too much about Favira about what happened with their winter, but I hope that wasn't terrible. I'd like for you to come see it. It's really pretty.
I'd like that. And I'll happily go anywhere you take me. Go ahead, I'll be down in a sec.
Now I'm winning.
That's quite all right.
Oh, boy. Let's get some breakfast, I guess. So, is there anything on the cards for you in the city today?
In the city proper? No. No, I have... Well... There are a number of things I've been neglecting, I guess.
Regarding Ventus-related matters, or?
Yes. I need to speak more fully with Elenia. And I'd like to meet some more of the Unsorted. A couple of other conversations as well, I suppose.
Cat is a nice one. I had a chat to them roughly a week and a half ago. Could be someone you're interested in.
I like her, though I've not gotten to talk with her personally yet. If she's not busy in the city, maybe I'll do so today.
Sounds good. I don't think I've spoken too much to the other ones instead of like in group scenarios, but the tall blue one is intimidating. We'll see. Ivy, I think his name was.
He's a reaver.
Oh. You met them before, or?
No.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, Winter.
Morning.
Speaking of, You introduced yourself to all of us as Cadet Winter. Is that a second name?
Yes.
Do you prefer to be called by a first name?
I don't know if that's proper.
Most
we
of
only
those
just
of
met a
us,
girl, right?
most everyone here, at least amongst those of us that are on the teams, and with the Ox forces, we refer to each other by our first names, but you needn't do so should you not wish it.
Maybe later, I guess.
All right. So be it.
No one would judge you or anything over that if it's like, like a name that you're not fond of or proud of or like
Indeed.
like no one would bully you over it, that sort of thing. So I hope that's not the reason. I mean, Murtesh has a weird name. No offense to him, but it's like not conventional.
It's not.
And Lethariel is.
Well, I mean,
Is it a common elf name?
I've heard it before. Mentioned
I
in
know
a couple
Lethariel.
books.
Back of my old group.
Hmm.
They were pretty tall.
Good to know.
I think perhaps that you and I are simply short.
What? No, we're average, right?
Depends on where you're from.
Hello,
Maybe.
good morning. How are we all doing today? Hello.
Hello, Lenia. Let's go sit.
Hello.
You okay?
Winter, if you'd like to join us, you're welcome to.
Why would I not?
Oh, sure. I'd love to.
Exactly,
Just-
where there are seats.
Your entry seems unusually more bothered.
Prefer the floor.
If I can say that.
I
don't know. I mean, you seemed like it. It was.
Stools.
But you were sort of just like
A hardened
I mean,
guard that
hi,
came.
hello, good morning, hi.
I spent the night with Riley, but I don't know where she went.
Pampered too much throughout your life. Helma.
It was just just adding to
I
it.
wasn't
It was
aware
just
she
funny.
was
Perhaps they went for some fresh air or something.
Luxury in some parts.
Yeah.
Morning.
Good morning.
Hail, Jacqueline. Hail, Abby.
Hey.
Hope you're enjoying the
Good morning.
Norandol. What are we in spring? Oh,
Summer. It'll be autumn
Summer.
soon enough.
Norandol summer.
Though I suppose
Too
it's
bad.
may as well be spring compared to how muggy it is in Beston.
Yeah.
Where are you from, Winter? If I can ask.
It's not really that important.
Perhaps we should take
Fair
someone
enough.
with a bench. He seemed kind of small.
Perhaps.
Never mind. They also seem kind of small.
The ones over at the table there are slightly larger.
That is actually a better idea. Thank you.
Let's go over there then.
Like Barrett or someone made them.
Mm.
I thought you said something and I missed it, but perhaps not.
Oh,
No.
I hope your evenings are pleasant.
They were. Mine was.
I'm not gonna.
I say
Compared
they.
to the last few weeks.
Not now.
It was
I feel
an
a bit
evening, I
stiff this morning.
suppose.
Mm.
Known bench hater.
Known bencher.
How are you? Hello, the captain's here.
What's that supposed to mean?
Hi. Hi, everybody.
Morning.
Good
Morning.
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 His
Have you
preference is
enjoyed
the
your time at
small
Rosewood so
seats.
far?
To tell you the
You
truth,
far shorter than me.
not really, no.
This is true.
Most
Oh.
people are far
Is something the
Large in
matter?
chair.
We can speak more privately if you wish.
Chairs made for Vikings, mayhaps.
They're much too tall for Viking.
Sure.
Somewhere in between.
That might be best.
Chairs made for very
Certainly.
tall Vikings.
We can lean
Well-
in, you and I.
Probably
I
not
have,
in the.
Oh, I guess I'm being
Somebody just
stolen.
from medical, just for a small thing.
Well, I think those two were standing up, so I suppose you're welcome to either of them if you'd like. Otherwise, I can go with.
If one of you could come assist
Hold
me
on.
in a minor incident that's happened.
I got it. The theory looking.
Look
My
at what's
you are
that?
eating
Come
enough
do
for
it this
breakfast.
slow pace if you want.
I tend to eat a lot.
I'm
I'm
sure
fine with
you
this.
are aware
When
of
everything else.
He's Luca,
what
yes.
was-
He's sick as well.
Away.
You should have
Sick?
more protein. It is good early in the day.
I'm more a fan of
bread.
Who
Thank
else
you.
is sick?
She loves bread. To death.
I don't know.
Lothariel understands. It is good to eat lots in the morning.
Well, I suppose plenty of people are ill from time to
Could be
time.
your only meal of the
Plenty
day.
tasty.
Could be. How are you doing this morning, Lothario?
Good. No, fine. It's a lovely day.
Hope you get better soon.
Thought I'd check in
Thanks.
with all of you, see how you were going. Your first time coming to Norrendal?
I didn't know if you want to talk now or later.
Good morning.
We can talk one.
Morning, Alvin.
Good morning, Ivy.
Morning, Ivy.
Hail,
Good
Sorlia.
morning.
Hello.
I think I am going to need you.
Okay.
Are you
Any
alright?
calls? Hold
Safe
that
I'll
for
travels.
just have you there just in case.
Help yourself.
Make sure no one steals your protein.
Okay.
No, it's fine. Have it.
I will keep it on watch.
Yeah, I wonder what you
Let's
guys
go for a
got
walk somewhere. We can speak later if you wish, but
you have to be
I'm free now.
vigilant of it.
Oh, I have time now.
Okay.
I don't know what I'm busy.
I guess he's keeping watch.
Oh, sorry, before you head off, can I steal a cadet really quick?
I'll wait. Go.
Okay.
Yes, Slayer. We're back in Norrendal. Let's just wander off and find a quiet spot. Does the water bother you?
Oh, not at all.
What's troubling you?
Well, when I was talking with the recruiter, and I saw things like this. I don't know, I guess I had a different thought about how the people were here. Sometimes things feel a bit disorganized, and I don't know, some of the others were telling me some concerning things. But what happened to your leader? Or who made the shield?
Malik, you mean?
And Monty?
Yes. I suspect then that you've been told how it is the shield determines whether something is Rift Beast or not. Didn't know we had a meeting today. That'll be the captain's meeting.
Okay. That means you need to go, right?
I'd suggest you come and listen in as well. It's not uncommon for the unsorted not to be informed about things. Others are welcome to listen.
Okay. Sure, I'd like to.
We can talk more after. I hope someone told the other unsorted where it is.
I couldn't imagine.
Have you two been told what this is?
Not exactly. We assume
I can assume it's a
some
gathering.
sort of meeting
Yes.
by the congregation.
Officially, it's the captain's meeting, though most people these days listen in. You should do so as well. The unsorted don't generally get well informed of things.
We don't?
As we've come to realize.
I'll make sure to keep it in mind.
Yeah, I'll stick around. Been a while since we did one of these. Wow, it's such...
All right. Hello, everybody.
I know I am large.
As most of you all know, I'm the new man in charge. You can call me Commander Ezra. Ezra, Commander, Boss. Doesn't bother me too much. Only real big important thing today is that we're going to be setting up your sorting in just a few days for everybody who doesn't actually have a team. Miss Jacqueline approached me and asked to set up a what's what I'm looking for? Like an exhibition of sorts. Show off their spells, their abilities, and to showcase what they can do for your teams. They're going to be doing that rather shortly, probably up in the training grounds. And I would at least like team captains and vice captains to be there. Anybody else who wants to go and meet the unsorted and see who can vibe and get along well with your team. That's great. Other than that, just try to take the next couple days easy. Been through a lot. So these are just relaxation days. I'm gonna be nice and say you don't even need to be in full uniform for today. Just take it easy, relax. All right. Any questions? Nope. Good. All right. Dismissed. Have fun.
Sweet. Thank you, sir.
Right.
Let's head to the arena. Let's go.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I'm sure you're allowed to play that
right?
or at least
Let's
you two there.
Let's see what everybody's gonna show. What they can do. The sorting is gonna be awesome. Oh yeah, this meeting was mandatory. It was only for captains.
He gave you,
Anybody was allowed to come.
Lothariel gave that to you and asked you to guard it.
Everybody's gotta come and find that out when they get here.
look over it. Be right back. I will watch over it.
At least captain.
I don't remember when we're doing.
Fair enough.
What are we doing? What?
Well, it's fine to dispense with it.
We're showcasing our talents for that.
Oh, that's what we're doing. Oh, I zoned out like halfway through.
Oh, I just don't remember when.
I have to go to the
You don't know where the arena, do you?
It's that way. I walked past it. Me
Yeah, it's
too.
gonna be,
Talia, when are we doing the thing? The showing off?
Most people are moving in that direction now.
Not really, no.
Okay, I should go get my stuff.
Go. Take your time.
I'm frazzled. I wasn't paying attention.
Why?
I was too busy looking at the inside. I just noticed how much bigger they are. There's like 4 of them that are like twice my size.
Yeah. Are you alright?
And I was just... I was too busy paying attention to that. I looked around and I was all like, wow, they're big. And I looked at Ezra talking and it made sense. I'm like, oh, I have no idea what he's talking about now.
You're larger than me.
Well, I mean, like, in comparison to all of them, is what I mean.
I don't know.
Like, there's 4 and sort of that, like, hulking big people.
Well, let's go, and you can put them to shame with whatever it is that you can do.
Yeah, I get to find
Size isn't
cool.
everything.
Yuki said the same thing to me! I'll go get my stuff. I'll meet you in the training arena.
I guess we can talk afterwards.
Yeah. Yeah, let's do that. If you're looking for your lieutenant, he's busy with medical.
I am aware, thank you.
I mean, think of it like something like clumping around your finger. And like it is annoying. It is not supposed to be there. And something is definitely affecting her.
Elenia,
What is?
it's not pressing, and this is much more important, certainly. The Unsorted are showing their abilities in the training area. Technically speaking, the lieutenants have been asked to be there, but you'll be fine, both of you.
Alright.
Would you
Take
have
care of her.
recommendations on how to clear up a minor blockage and
I can
pathways?
try to do something and then I'll join.
My pathways were blocked.
The last time I went
Those
to
two were
the
involved in my
mountains,
treatment.
It did not
As was
go
Rowan.
very well.
So they're more experienced. Okay.
I've not even attempted to involve myself in such things. So you should ask
Very
them,
well.
but if it's needed, I'll
I thought
continue
I'd
to look
ask.
into it.
I don't
Just let me
plan
know.
to mess with whatever is messing with her.
Of course. Thank you.
We might be messing with her.
I'll stay out of your way, though. I hope she's okay.
Oh, of course.
It
We'll
is
be.
a lot more
We'll make sure of
harmful
it.
than what
See you later.
this is, so I don't know if me messing
Stay
with
safe.
it will
You as well.
hurt her more.
Was there, and now he's coming around.
Oh, they're both back.
How's motion going?
I had to get a dry shred, so I brought the food with me.
That's
Why we just
most of them. I think we're just missing the Dragonkin girl, but I'm sure she'll show up or she won't. So, let's get started. Alright. Volunteers for anybody who wants to go first.
Just a second.
Alright,
sir?
come forward.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's see here.
We're gonna have to
You're in
postpone
these
Riley's
rocks. Watch them go.
assessment real quick. We have to do a quick checkup on them. There was a bit of a hiccup.
understand.
Okay.
That's fine.
Also, to all of you unsorted, maybe worried about your mana reserves, I've got plenty of potions, so feel free to go nuts. I'll restore you back up.
We gotta go check.
There you go.
Rin, you can't just give them the good stuff. You have to dole it out.
Firing line, but if you could just wait in there for me.
Sure.
Listen, I have failed numerous times, but in the process figured out how to do a lot of other stuff better, including making mana potions.
Yep, that's still... You know what? At least you're successful now.
Progress,
Saves my stomach.
How is the subject's stomach?
No one's stomachs have been exploded since last year.
When was
That I'm aware of.
that's happened before? That's a thing that's occurred.
Alchemy requires
Alright, you can
sacrifice.
get into the center circle here. Be
Oh,
sure to raise your voice.
fuck
so
off.
everybody
I'm right here.
Any kind of ranged or higher circle spells should be aimed downrange.
Good to know.
Okay.
Just to introduce yourself.
Hi.
Go for your shit.
I'm Cadet Winter. I'm mostly a range caster. I specialize in ice and fire magic. This is just a first circle spell. It's pretty simple.
Fair enough.
What? I do have something that I guess could technically be melee range. I don't know. It's more of a line attack.
Oh shit. Okay. Now we're talking. That's good. Gonna disrupt the good.
An affinity caster, probably. Wonder if that's
for
either
fire
tech as well.
magic, I do have I guess a missile spell.
Ooh.
Oh,
Hmm.
good night. But the last one is not fully ready. Oh god.
God. Too close.
Don't hurt yourself.
Channel the
Don't
expanse.
overexert yourself, cadet.
May the gates of hell greet you with moths filled with teeth. And
Easy.
Okay. Stop the spell if it needs to be.
You okay?
You need medical?
okay. No, I'm fine.
Was something supposed to happen?
But that's all I have for you today. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah!
Interesting.
That's pretty cool.
Well done, Winter.
Of course.
Well done.
Pick one of the other ones.
Hi.
Yeah.
Your choice.
I didn't see any of that.
Pick one of the other
Could
ones.
you tell me what...
Oh, right, you're blind. I forgot. Okay.
Yeah.
Just it doesn't have to happen like
good.
now.
Yeah, okay, no, I'll tell you afterward.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, this is really bad for you, huh?
Yeah.
No.
Don't worry, I'm sure you'll see these ones,
Yep,
maybe.
make sure everybody can hear.
Be a little bit louder, yeah.
Raise your voice.
My name is Helma
Some parts of it I
Nomathetis.
can see.
I am a close-range divine caster. I haven't gotten the grasp on healing, and I don't really plan to, but I'm quite adequate when it comes to constructs. I'm able to manage the halo above my head. I'm able to make it do a lot of things for me. As for first circle, I'm able to throw it out in a line. To continue that, I'm able to enchant my own weapon in order to do more damage and whatnot. And when it comes to second circle, I'm able to force it out in more of a blast.
perspective. Specialized in close range combat with some projectiles. Interesting.
When it comes to the second circles, I'm able to force them out whenever I need. So, for example, I could take a swing, another one, and as I rear for an upper, I'm able to switch to this and... And to wrap it all off, I'm able to create a shield. Blocks most attacks.
Interesting, okay. The switch up from the,
It would be an
from the
asset.
enchantment to the close range projectile, how much of a chore is that for you to switch, or is that something that you can do with ease? One would not want you to overexert yourself in combat.
Well, it's mixing up a... It's doing a first circle spell, and then immediately going to a second. It's not too much of a mental tax, but... So I have to put in effort.
If you say it's easy, by all means. Good tactician can switch up an opponent. I can respect that.
But I believe that will be all.
By all means.
Spiky.
Thank you.
Well done. Thank you.
Choose the next victim.
Very glowy.
Jacqueline, your turn.
Yes. Very clearly.
Ah, here we go.
One second.
I'm Jacqueline Heartland. I'm an alchemist. I don't do magic, but I'm still as capable as the rest of you. I'm sure of that. I can do third circle equivalency in most of my alchemy, but I'll start out with first circle first. Off. I have a simple
The
enchantment.
map changes because we've moved
That, like,
in
you know, if
character
you have-
back to Norrendal. We were previously in Beston Bay, which was the location we were using that other one.
Allows me to light my sword on fire.
Between
damage
most of
to
these sessions, there are a couple of weeks of in-character time, though the next
Takes a bit
4
to
will be
get out
sequential.
Sometimes though. Next, I have another circle, second circle equivalency. A simple wall. Blocks most attacks. And it lasts for about 1 minute. To dismiss it, it takes some extra herbs, but normally I don't need to.
Kitty.
For today.
Interesting, okay.
Next, I have a spell, one of my favorite potions that I like to call Stuck in the Mud.
Stuck in the mud.
It'll pretty much slow anyone's movement in place.
That is
For about a minute the same. I have my third circle shroud, which I'll be putting on first before I do my last third circle, which can be a little bit explosive sometimes. So, avert your eyes if you're sensitive to light.
Explosive?
Ooh, okay.
Ah. I heard it. At least.
Yeah. That
Was
guy.
big.
That's
Yeah.
it for now.
Yeah, pretty big. Yeah.
Thank you
I
for
mean,
your time.
he was like decently big. It was tall more than anything. Yeah, good job.
All these concoctions you
Well
really
done.
do all by yourself? How
Yes.
how strong is the material cost in some of these?
I can do about 19 potions in a day. It's not... It depends on the circle equivalency. Of course, the third circle equivalency will take more herbs, more ingredients. The others, more easy, simple.
So in itself, the team that would pick you would probably also have to consider making sure that you're also fully supplied for anything that might happen.
As opposed to the rest of us who go unsupplied quite regularly.
Mm-hmm.
Depends.
You're spoiled, Barrett.
I mean, we do have you on our team, so
I'll just bring one health potion if I have a good.
I mean,
Yeah, I don't even think about that. I usually just, unless I bring a bag.
Alright.
Avi?
Should probably look into taking more potions.
Well, it's not like there's anyone left.
There is.
You know what the worst
Ivor's
part is?
over
I
there.
Not enough.
was Avi going to go up next? Let's see. Avi's going up. Yeah, I have no idea what Avi can do, and like I've been here with him. Like,
Hi,
for a long
some of you probably already know me
Really?
and what I can do, though I promise you that I've improved over the time away from from Rosewood. First, I'd like to say that I have mostly first circle and second circle spells, all in varying degrees. I first have a first circle healing spell. Nothing fancy, just a little thingy, though I can also cast it into second circle. Gently, my friend, gentle touch, gentle heal.
ooh, it's like so his hand glows, right? But it's like Here, I'll get close.
I've also have one first circle range spell. It's a little slow, but it helps in accuracy.
Should you be shooting?
Maybe
towards
don't
us?
aim it at the
I was
friends.
going to say, I feel like turning it around towards where nobody is might be a lot better.
Okay.
I now don't feel as badly had he fired it at one of you.
Again,
I feel
very
like it's a-
slow, but
I think if you get hit by that, it's just your own fault.
Interesting. Guided projectile. Fantastic.
Ah.
it's the drawback is so slow that I'm pretty sure you can outrun it. But it makes up with accuracy.
Still going. It's like a.
Makes up for accuracy and also can make sure that if anybody hides behind cover, you can just hit them from an angle where they don't expect it.
Oh yeah.
Interesting.
For some sustainability, I have a first circle shroud. Guard!
Ooh. Oh, he's glowing now. He's got like. It's like orange
Defense.
glow around.
He's going outline.
Orange glow.
And then I have a second circle cone spell.
Whispering.
Scatter away into the wind. Diamond storm.
Ooh. Oh. Ooh. That's cool. Kind of like what I used. Like not like purple.
They have multiple projectiles coming in. Good for wave clearing.
As well as my weapons are as foci as well. I can transfer that spell into my shield as I've trained it to be a focus. Scatter away into the wind. Diamond storm.
Ooh. You do it from behind his
Allowing
face.
me to guard and attack at the same time. Lastly, I have that thing you call the righty bloody ritual thing that lasts for quite a while.
Ooh, the power infinity.
That is the
And-
official name.
I forgot the name of it. I'm sorry. And I suppose, if you should all know, if you're interested, I have a first circle occult spell, though it takes me a long while to kind of get into the mindset to cast it. It's just gonna be a bit difficult to cast it now. So, if you would actually like to see it, I wouldn't mind. It's just, again, it'll take a bit. Just
Would you at least describe the
Sorry.
effects of it?
Yes, it's it's a sort of short added range to the spear, though not by much. Only just the regular amount a regular bladed sword would give you.
Fair enough.
And that's all I would have to show. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Now, are we still missing?
Yeah, Avi! Good job!
Ivy, I believe you're up.
You can put the food down, Ivy. It's fine.
Alright, yeah. Right, I'm back to whispering. Blue guy, Ivy, you probably didn't know.
I don't.
Big stick.
I am Ivy. I see. I am a warrior from Droza. I do not hold any magic.
Are you at least planning to learn the basic enchantments specifically for the?
I have already learned the
Rift?
infusion.
Good. Good. Fair enough. Sometimes that's all you need.
I also am very adept at seeing in the dark.
Okay.
I can see in the dark.
Can be useful. Can help not getting ambushed. So.
Like.
In a depth at seeing, you know? I'm just saying.
Thank
I
you
see
very
the
much,
different way.
And I believe.
Just leave it be.
Are you good to go, or? Alright, please. No dragon, huh?
Most of you already know me. I'm Riley. I'm a frontliner, healer. Most of you already know my abilities. I could do shield formation, an AoE healing circle, a single person healing level first circle, and I'm currently learning a third circle. That's about it.
What is the what are you trying to learn with the third circle, if I might ask?
Well, healing mainly, single target.
Another single target healing. Understood, of course. Thank you.
Alright, thank you. And I believe that should be everyone. So again, please, we're going to be doing sorting within the next couple days as the airship is getting repaired. So please feel free to talk with the unsorted and get to know them.
Thank you all for showing us what you can do.
Impressive display, I have to say.
Look forward to talking with more
I'm
of
gonna
you.
sit here, but good job, everyone. I didn't feel like getting up. Sorry.
It almost feels like the rock's talking.
You feel maybe?
The Rock is talking.
It kind of does, actually.
He is a rock.
Just because his legs are made out of rock.
They call him the wall.
The last time I seen her, she was in the medical tent getting treated with
No,
Sunny.
it's because we can't see the front, so...
Or by Sunny.
It looks
Who?
like the Rock is just talking.
Do you know where she is now?
That's fine.
Oh.
All his
Whatever
enemies
since I got
grabbed
here.
before him.
She do got that shield.
Neither of the people that were with her are.
Excuse me.
Regular
I don't wanna.
Many rules.
No, you're fine.
Soviet.
You're fine.
Everything okay, Sonny?
Shit.
I did not.
Lots of good new talent,
This
huh?
spell is done.
If man doesn't want to cuss, then let him cuss.
Hey, I'm not telling him to cuss. I'm cussing.
You're cussing at him.
It is important to respect other
Nice
people's
foster magic so
boundaries.
difficult.
Yeah, what was that spell you were trying to
I'm
cast?
trying to get him to cuss, I'm not.
I did not.
Something that my
Riley.
old company was teaching me.
Just this poor dog.
I believe you have
They thought it was like
Do a swear word.
No, I mean, I was going to just approach and say,
war magic.
congratulate every
Something
single
like
one
a
of you for
bundle.
being here, and also the fact that
But what if
you've done
you
your best
did?
when it comes to display with everything. So, over the next couple of days, I would like to have still some, well, while my own
Something
and
big.
my lieutenant have been absent for now, I'd still like to have
Okay.
a private conversation with either one of you.
Like, which word would make you feel
That's
worse?
interesting.
Well,
Especially
Sorry.
when I ask you,
Going to give up your spear in favor of the sword.
when it comes to your whole spell casting, I saw that under
Oh,
that
both.
was sort of reflecting.
Both.
on
you know, it's
Eliminating the
see on
opposite.
that, or would
Versatility is wise, though
I'm able to see like Jack,
It looks
and then
a lot
once
brighter
that has
from
a
the
cult or
outside.
something.
6.
Like Jack.
Simmering
Just to
frost.
us then,
I'm not
because
sure.
if that might be a problem for the future, then it would close
Yes.
the
I'm
trouble
trying to figure that
with a
out.
sword for someone of your stature.
fitting helmet
That's a pretty
specifically.
incomplete.
The
You'll find the spear is a little bit better at people that are more my size.
Oh, I know you weren't directing who you were using, and I thought
I have a little bit more reach than you, I'm afraid.
You just tried to do it.
We all need our comfort equipment, so last
Ah.
thing we'll do is one of
But with your spear, you can make up some of the difference.
Do you have to say? I was unaware about the second or the third
It's made of ice. Careful.
Kind of excited to see what you
No,
got.
there's just so many like first if I promise something,
Careful, don't cut yourself.
I guess it's good to know you're capable of casting fourth circle.
One can hope by all means. Any further healing when it comes to
It
third
seems like
circles,
you're going to be able to
that's-
get that last half of that spell.
Some of the stuff that's happening.
Oh, well, that's why I'm working with Professor. She said it's helping her.
Oh, good.
Good luck on your learning with the sword, though, Patches.
I'm gonna go show him, but
Maybe Talia can give you some pointer.
Yeah, it might become a little bit more difficult from what I've...
He's not around presently, but...
It makes sense.
Everything works out. I should be able to maybe 8 times.
Really?
For me, it is not the aspect. For me, it is more not the aspect of you skipping circles. It's more the idea of are you going to exhaust yourself a lot more because you do not have the second circle.
I'm pretty sure when she can avoid it, though.
As long as I am coordinated with
I
all
don't mean to
the-
be jealous for her. You know, yeah.
The Ferrari? Sometimes a little bit.
Yeah.
Hey, Badges.
Still, once you're available today, I know I'm going to probably, for the sake of Vesper as well as
a couple of us may
a
have
conversation with everybody as tries
talked
to
a little bit about weapon play.
Even though we know each other for a little bit more, I still want to have a conversation with you.
As did you.
Potions were surprised all day. Half when I get told. I've been working on them for quite a while now.
You know, honestly,
5 years.
it's probably not bad.
Seems to be a lot of people lack
grind down the edges.
Yeah, they're in medical with some.
Your magic, you're gonna doll them.
They're gonna sharpen it anyway.
So
It
about
doesn't
that
really
whole
matter.
Thank you.
situation, did anything new get revealed or anything? Did they tell you guys anything?
It's just more work for them.
A true alchemist.
Weird mumbo jumbo prophecies that
Have a
they
good
throw
day.
into you?
I'll see you around.
Sure.
Our talk, right?
If you're ready, we can speak later if you want to continue your conversation with others.
No, I think I was just explaining things, I guess.
Okay.
This is true.
Let's walk then.
Again, I'm sorry that the spell is incomplete, and I'm working on it with Akaris.
What do you mean?
You'll not find, I think, anyone else here who
I believe I've done.
has reached fourth circle.
Us two together could give you a run for your money.
Get out of the way.
You could not outrun me.
Yeah, I can stand in the way, I understand.
Figure of speech.
I believe you mentioned having
The professors, perhaps, but
I mean, with whoever might be available.
I mean, I was
that's
told you had war mages.
still your choice at the end of the day. I'm just trying my best to help out where I can.
that is a more complicated description. What is a war mage? Is it strictly someone who has achieved the fourth circle? Or is it any mage who participates in battle and is trained thusly?
And I think it's a mage that mostly uses their magic for battle rather than for other things, like healing or what's the word called? Like arts or crafts.
Most of us here, well, all of us that are on the teams at least, our magics as they exist are generally focused with some expectation that we will engage in combat at some point. But let's go up here. It's far enough out of the way, but not all the way back across. If you don't mind.
My sister and I mostly use her magic just for fun, maybe? I'm not sure. Just to help out around town, and then I guess later we're trained for this.
I think a lot of people closer in age to you or I have lived in a world where it's necessary to fight. But if we're successful, I suppose, then we'll have made a world where one can use their magic for enjoyment.
Mm-hmm. Once we fix things.
Thank you, Quackers. Welcome, welcome. So you find that Rosewood is not what you thought it might be.
Mm.
It's not an army. It's not really trying to be
I can
one.
see that now.
Some want it to be. If your goal is...
Obviously.
If your goal is to follow orders, to stand in a squad, to do as you are told, and think not of the thoughts, Umbra is well suited for these things. But we don't have one set of goals here. We don't have one set of people here. The woman you are speaking to she is a murderer. I'm a raider from the north. My lieutenant is Drozen from the south. Rowan is... I don't exactly know, some sort of priest on Lumen.
Mm.
Lothariel, I suppose the closest that we have to a scholar. Luca and Jackson are soldiers.
Mm.
Do you feel
Not the
you'll
army
be
of
able...
heroes that I was told about.
I'm sorry? Not the army of what?
It's not the army of heroes that I was told about. No.
You'll find several, at least, self-styled heroes. And I suppose maybe we're all foolish enough to be called that. Solus would say that we're heroes. Captain of Terra.
What would you call yourself?
A fighter, mayhaps. A healer, certainly. I have shed my fair share of blood and slain my share of rift beasts. But if I could put down my sword, I would not live an unhappy life after. But that is an ideal. And the world we live in has little space for them. You'll find here that In general, should you have a good heart, people can forgive or look past most other things. As I said, I'm a murderer. And yet I'm a captain on a team. There are those, certainly, who disagree with many of my actions here. But they fight beside me. They would protect me from harm if the situation
Why?
arose, and why would they dislike me? Is that the question?
No. Knowing these things, why would they?
We have a shared goal. Everyone thinks Rosewood stands for something different. But we all want the rifts to be beaten. Or at least we are here to fight alongside those who do. You'll find several people who didn't come here to fight the rifts. But that's what we do now. There are a few who I'm certain would not mind seeing my death. There are a few who have threatened mine or those of others here. I'm not going to pretend like that's not the case.
I just want the rifts gone. Maybe things will go back to the way that they should be. But I suppose that's not going to change what happened in Midmain, right?
No. If, in the end, do I take the risk? If in the end you are dedicated to fighting the rifts, you have a place here, at least as far as I'm concerned. And I know several, many, most, feel the same.
I've done things that the others heard. I don't think they trust me.
Well, you don't exactly answer a lot of questions that are asked of you.
They all ask the hardest ones. I don't know. Sometimes, no, to some they might be trivial, but to me they're far more loaded.
I would not much desire myself to have my own story known. Were I in your shoes. Why were you in Beston?
Like, I don't understand.
Before Rosewood.
It was... It wasn't really my choice. Our mother passed, and our uncle brought us to Boston, I suppose. What do you suggest that I do?
The safe option. You're Palvandorian, yes? Either by birth or circumstance. There are those who wear our uniform, who will distrust you for that. There are those who already do. I would not.
Sarah was telling me last week about it.
I suspect that Captain Nasir would tell you that I am one such person. However,
He did.
Hello. This is a private conversation.
for a moment at least.
Oh, I'm sorry for interrupting.
It's
I'm
fine.
free if you need me. No, wait, not if you need me. I am talk, yes? Abilities. About all, yes.
I would like to speak with you.
Hello.
Yes. I'll find you shortly.
Sorry for interrupting.
It's fine.
Bye, Linnea.
Bye.
Do you know of Drozens? You know of our beliefs on honor. Did Luca tell you why he thinks that I might be a risk to you?
No. He just said to not talk about Pathfinder around you.
He is not incorrect.
He knows what I am too.
I suspect it will not be overlong a secret, I'm afraid. As long as you mean no harm to Rosewood, and as long as your goal is aligned with that of it, that you wish to defeat the rifts, you have my word that I will bring no harm to you, nor will I allow others to do so.
That's all I want.
Should you find trouble, seek out myself, or Elenia, who was just here.
Okay.
You need only let her know that I have offered you aid.
Alright.
Do you know who Vesper is? Don't go off alone with him. He's not amongst us. He remained behind in Beston. But he will return.
Oh. I see.
And do not accept any offer of food or beverage from him.
Mm.
If you wish to know why Luca warned you about me, I'll tell you. And if you don't care, then that's your choice too.
Why?
Some months ago now, there was a confrontation in Norendal. I'm sure there's some military term for it, but a group of some hundreds of Palandorians, at least it must have been that many, came and attempted to besiege Norendal.
Mm.
From the word of his lieutenant, Luca as much as promised them the city and the shield generator within it. I opposed this, especially as it would result in presumably the execution of the Duke and Princess within. They are allies to Rosewood. This place was offered to us by them when our island was destroyed. We are, in my view, aligned with Norendal. Luca made a bad deal. The Palvandorians came into the city and attempted to seize the generator. I opposed this, as did 3 of the other 6 captains. 3 additional, 4 total.
Mm.
Once I had their support, and in spite of the lieutenant's orders. I don't know if you met the lieutenant, the commander's predecessor.
I don't believe so.
Rosewood's
Only
commander.
people spoken to Darntier by a recruiter.
Rosewood's former
I
commander.
don't think that was her. Oh.
She ordered that they be allowed through.
The one that was.
And that we cooperate with this deal that Luca made. Having the support of 4 of the 6 captains, I opposed her. I told the Palvindorians that had entered the city and were threatening the shield that they could leave or die. They refused to leave. I had surrounded them with my allies and we killed them. I would have rathered they surrendered, or simply left the city. They didn't. Their deaths are... well, their blood is on my hands. I won't pretend that it's not, and I won't make excuses for what I've done. I would make the same decision today. In Beston, Palvindorian scouts arrived to scout out our airship, to scout out our camp. Acteris wanted to let them go. Acteris is a fool, as far as I'm concerned. They are, if nothing else, criminals in the eyes of Beston Bay, who we unquestionably aligned ourselves with in that conflict. The scouts should have been detained and turned over to Beston, not simply allowed to leave. Their lives, too, I would have preferred spared. But had they offered resistance? I do not believe it is worth jeopardizing ourselves and our allies on the off chance that we think that others will hold the same morals. If you were amongst them, you saw what they were doing on their side of the city. A few of ours had been alone in the wilderness. If the scouts had come across them, from what you saw, do you think they would have left them intact, sent away so long as they didn't provoke conflict?
No.
This is why I am angry. Because people like Luca, like his lieutenant, they believe that we are neutral in all things. They think that we shouldn't take a stand to prevent suffering. I think we shouldn't do anything but. We can't win every battle, we can't win every war, and we can't save everyone. But all we do now that we have these shields that we put up, all we do now is choose who lives and dies. And really all we get to choose is which people die. We can't save everyone. But if we're going to be somewhere, if we're going to provide our support, we should do it. We shouldn't kill ourselves. There's no point in all of us dying for a cause we can't possibly win. But that doesn't mean we should just let everyone who might oppose us operate freely so long as they haven't hurt us today. Luca and Acteris and Lucia, they would rather be patient. They would rather wait until one of us is slain, and even then, I think that they're idiots. That's why I took the actions that I did, and that's why they warned you about me. I'll not try to convince you of the right or wrong of my actions. They speak for themselves.
Thought they do.
But I do not pose a threat to you. Not if what you've told me is true. And even if a good portion of it isn't.
You understand why I can't say all of it?
Of course. While there is yet suspicion about you. Trust me or not, it's your decision. I won't begrudge you for not. I think you have good reason not to, in all honesty. But perhaps start to come up with an alternative story. Something that isn't untrue, if that makes you uncomfortable, but that answers some more of the questions. You're going to be viewed with suspicion, but I do think you will be okay.
Okay.
And I do wish you luck.
Thank you, Talia.
You're quite welcome. Welcome to Rosewood. It's complicated as hell here. I'm going to seek out my lieutenant. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Where did she run off to, I wonder?
Hey, Talia.
Elmertesh.
Does that count?
Yeah,
like,
I
let's
think you
say
can
I-
do much damage if you fall on me.
That's the last one.
No, but I mean, like, you know, I
you
had the
got two
spell
more,
out,
but-
and then I was like, oops, and then, like, you know, it just, boom,
That would be
and
very
then,
shitty to do. And I think my captain will kill
I need
you.
to put my shroud up first before I do the last one.
Okay, so
It'll
you
get a
won't
bit
hurt me, but
explosive sometimes, so I'd
but
recommend
Talia
maybe
would.
step back a little bit.
You think Talia would hurt me?
I might.
You can ask her.
Ah!
It may explode! Step back!
That's not funny!
It may explode!
It's a little
Truly
funny.
terrifying.
It may
Okay, it's kind of funny, but still.
I'm sorry, Albie.
It's only funny when I do that to people. It's only funny when I do it.
Avi explodes too.
Fair enough. Perhaps you can do
Yeah,
it to me
I don't know,
next.
you're pretty funny.
Challenge accepted.
How are you all?
You better keep on your guard, Talia.
Hey, good.
About to explode! No, I
I'm
mean,
not going to
step back
explode.
and we will
Eh?
not explode.
You
Oh, are you showing off?
I'm showing
What?
her. She was curious. I'm showing Toriel.
How'd you get almost
I
twice?
licked,
What did you do?
I licked a frozen poison sickle.
Alchemical ice thing.
Poison sickle.
Okay.
He licked it before I could stop it. She did too. Or attempted to.
I want
I
to
did-
stop.
I
You
like
can't.
it.
No
I
way!
stopped.
You drank it
thought it
all
was
without
myth.
even allowing me to taste.
I don't know. I don't know anything about poison. Not in particular.
Oh no, the ice thing.
I'm very confused about how this whole works. I'm just going to let her do her demonstration.
I heard that it's a myth that if
Oh,
you
he stuck tongue on
push
ice
it-
thing. It was bad.
Yeah, they said that's a myth. Either that or like
Wow.
pouring hot water on a frozen tongue
so cool.
releases it from the frozen surface or something like that.
That's
I don't know
true.
which one's a myth.
So don't get close to it ever.
Okay, so
Put my
it's
shirt
wait.
up.
Wait, so
It
they're
has
both
blown up in
true.
my face a few times.
I
So wait, you're telling me that if I punch you right now, it's not gonna hurt?
You.
sorry. There's
I'll feel the force, but it won't hurt me.
I've been a little out of it today.
Can I punch
but
you?
I suppose they could both be true. Why not?
Okay, I will do it very kindly. But
Tongue against frozen surface is true. It gets
That's
stuck.
true.
It's true.
Yes, if you stick your
Yeah,
tongue to
just
something
learn
that's
today.
cold, it will be stuck. That will be very unfortunate for you.
Oh.
Oh, I've been wounded.
I didn't know that. I did that today.
That's why I licked the poison sickle.
Crimes!
I don't.
I have committed a crime.
See, the poison
Are you
sickle is where
excited?
you start
You're
to
joking,
lose
right?
me,
I did
but
not hurt
that's
you,
alright.
right?
It didn't hurt me. It's fine.
Okay, good. So I did not actually commit a crime. I was also joking about committing crime. But if I did hurt you, that would have been
Sorry,
fine.
Al.
I don't want to go to jail.
Just hit it
Yes,
and like put it
Do you know
down
what
in
that
front of
glowing everything on top of her is?
your helmet.
Shield.
Yes.
But without,
Pull it down.
but without like the metal parts people
Why?
strap to themselves that are
It
kind of
prevents her from harm. Except perhaps her feelings. Though I suspect that she'll be fine on those. What?
Lieutenant's threatening me. She says she wants to blind me.
So, I cannot harm you.
I thought
but
they want
can
to
harm
push
you
your
with
helmet
your
down
feelings.
so that they can blind you.
Yes, you can harm me with my feelings.
She's trying.
What if I tell you that?
If you push it down, then the front two fangs will puncture my eyes.
You actually have to think to be mean because I'm not normally mean.
We'll fix you.
Ah,
You can fix me? Wait, what do you mean by fix me? What do you mean by fix me?
After she blinds you, we'll simply make you better. Avi.
Wait, that's still.
Well, be careful of the
that's-
weapon lock.
Ah!
That isn't something that I can actually do. Maybe someday. I'm working on it. But I can't figure out how to get the spell done.
Fix people.
Why am I...
To spade people?
Why am I working on the ability to help people who are blinded in combat? Or, for example, who are missing an arm?
Fix.
What? Oh.
Fix.
No. No, I wouldn't bother doing that. Not
It'd be cool
unless I
if
was
you
asked
wanted
to, I suppose.
No. I'd rather keep all of it.
Fair enough.
Avi, quick, say something mean. I cannot think of something mean.
You're smelly.
You're smelly.
Got him.
But it does not
Oh,
work.
my feelings. They've been harmed. They've truly hurt.
Yeah,
They've been so
Ah,
hurt.
okay.
This is
Incredibly
something that I
good.
do not think I ever want to hear
I can
from
hurt.
that direction
I can
ever
fight by
again.
being mean to my enemies. They will crumble.
It's
They will
triumphant.
crumble.
It's triumphant.
The mighty
You know?
Talia,
Crumble.
master of puns
Yes.
and insults.
Yes. I need to learn more insult. My enemies will crumble before they attack me. The emotional damage will be large.
Very large.
Hello.
Some might say it is.
Hi. Did you want to talk? I saw you eyeing me this early morning. Or either are you looking at Winter? I couldn't tell.
When?
This morning when we were all here. Like, you were looking my way, and I was just making sure. I just didn't know if you were looking at me or not.
I do need to speak with you at some point, though I think I owe Elenia a conversation first, perhaps.
Oh, right. Okay,
What are
bye.
we doing
Yeah,
here?
that's you. That's you. Your name is Elenia.
What? It doesn't have to be right this moment if you're enjoying yourself.
How's it going,
Sorry, I was
Toriel?
distracted. I was waving at the people up on the cliff.
To you too.
Oh, there are people up on the cliff.
I'm tired. Just helped Jackson
dear.
clean up one
All
of
right,
the
well,
engines. That was a
let's go
that was a
talk.
treacherous journey.
Talk?
Wait,
Talk. Yes.
you're not tired. You're Dwayne. I think is that your name, Dwayne? I was trying to do a pun, but then now I'm
Dwayne.
actually questioning. Yes. See, you're not tired. You're Dwayne.
Trying to figure out where's the most out of the way these days.
Yeah, we can go to your spot.
True. Sit or stand as you desire.
But if you're going to sit, it is awkward if I stand. Let me just walk into this wall.
Hi, Cross.
Where the fuck?
Welcome, welcome.
Yeah.
Right. Did you need to speak on anything?
Everybody who had the dream nightmare has the same thing going on with everyone. Something inside of them, outside of their wills. Maybe blocking them, maybe not blocking them, I'm not sure. But there is something small sitting in them now. And
Was there a new
both
dream?
Ethereal and I... Yes.
Okay.
They found the Celine in the cave.
What? Okay.
Apparently,
Oh,
in the
right.
dream...
Woke up somewhere.
In the dream, Celine was drowned. And Angel, I think is his name, told me that something told him that the orbs were leaving. So we don't have to worry about the orbs anymore or something.
Well, only one of them.
And,
The golden orb hasn't been around for a long time.
All of the ones who had the dream this time was Angel,
Ivian. Saline,
I don't
Ivian,
really know him very well.
Angel,
Celine, and Riley.
and Ryla. Okay. That tracks. The ones that... Okay, so they're all hanging out with the purple orb still.
Yes.
So Yuki maybe as well.
I do not know. I only know of those four. I can try and check Yuki's pathways too, to make sure that she doesn't have the thing as well. But I think it was only those four, from what I heard from them. It was only them in the dream.
I'll leave it up to
But
you whether you
Ethereal
want to
and
ask
I
it of
tried
Yuki.
to... Ethereal and I tried to cast magic to see if we could get rid of it. All the way up to a third circle. It did nothing. Nothing happened. Nothing bad or good happened. It is just the same. The only thing that was a slight note was there was like a loud humming that got a bit quieter. I don't know. But yeah. Oh, and there was a deal made.
That tracks. That seems to be the pattern with these things. I'm not sure there's anything we can do for them. I think they're walking the path they've chosen. And the consequences they encounter, well...
Started circle on them and it did nothing.
Yeah.
So... I don't think we can do anything about it.
Yeah. Damn it. Well, it is what it is.
So that's what happened with my day so far.
Winter's Palvindorian. Or, well, was with them. I don't think she's a threat, though.
Alright.
I think she's Palvindorian in the
That's
same way
good.
that I was a Reaver, or well. She claims, as much as I can tell, to have sort of been put into it. I've given her my word that
Alright.
if she is honest in that... I've given her my word that if she doesn't mean Rosewood harm, and if she is honest in her intent to help defeat the rifts, that I, at least, pose no harm to her. and that I do not intend to allow harm to come to her on that. I've offered her my aid, should she need it. And hope that, if she comes to you, you might offer the same that I might, if I'm unable.
As long as she poses no threat to anybody in Rosewood, you're fine with it.
Vesper
But
will
if she
try to kill
started
her.
attacking us, then I have a problem with it.
Yeah. If she causes harm to, well, certainly any of us, but anyone here at Rosewood, she's done. But until there's evidence of
It
that.
goes for anybody here.
Agreed. Yep.
Oh. The crystals want you.
Luca warned her about me. It's perhaps unsurprising.
Oh, there's a good thing I made a good first impression with her.
I think she believes me when I say...
Fucking lion.
Well, yes. Fuck Luca and his lieutenant as far as I'm concerned, but... not much we can do about it, I suppose.
Now you're going to make me want to lay down.
If you want to lay down, lay down. It's almost like there's a bed here.
This is where I am now. Oh yes, it is very comfortable.
I'm sure you sound delightfully comfortable.
Yes.
Would you prefer if I sat up?
No. I'm here now.
We should speak
So,
about...
how things do.
They could be worse.
That is good.
We should speak about the openings on Ventus.
Oh. You know, I like everybody who's here.
We can't invite all of them.
I know. Who do you like?
There are 5 at present who I consider strong contenders, and a 6th who I think would be good, but that I don't know personally yet. My 5... well, 4 really, but we'll get to that. I would like Sorlear, if we could get her. Avi, maybe. Though I'm uncertain whether he... well... whether he'll rejoin Aqua, perhaps, or... or whether my relationship with Lithariel will sour things enough that he doesn't want to be on Ventus either. After that, I think Piquette. I like her. I don't know her personally yet. I haven't seen her around, so I assume she's either busy aboard the airship or in the city, but I hope to speak with her more soon. Assuming you don't find any of these people bad.
No. Like I said, I kind of like everybody so far. The only one I have not really talked to is Helma.
Helma is last on my list. After, well, Jacqueline seems smart.
Yes. She also has a shield. That would be nice.
Yes.
Shield, and also she just seems like a good fit. I like her.
I think she would be a good addition for us.
Mm.
And the last name that we may wish to consider would be Rin, who is not amongst the unsorted, but...
I don't think we should extend an invite to Rin.
Why?
I don't think she would do well on Ventus.
I'm not sure she would either. I suspect she'd do better on Ignis.
Not her type of fighting style, I don't think.
No, but given that there are 3 of us at present, I'm not sure that we have much of a fighting style of our own.
Okay, well, listen. No Ren.
No Ren. Fair enough.
No Ren. She will be uncomfortable with Yuki and probably get into fights with Yuki. Maybe, I do not know.
Do you think she's better off on Lumen
I don't think Ren will like
than
it.
on Ventus?
I think so. She already
Vesper's going to
knows
come back.
everyone on Lumen.
I think of her options, assuming that they are between Lumen, Ventus, and Ignis, that Ignis is the best fit for her. But I'm not sure that doesn't mean we shouldn't consider it. That's why we're mentioning it. I agree with you on most of your points. I think that she'd be properly miserable, but...
I don't think our personalities really go together. I do not think she will do well on Ventus.
Of the others, then?
She's more of a... She's definitely more of an Iggy. Yes. She's more Ignis type. And she also does a lot of drinking with the Ignis.
Right. But I spend lots of time kissing Lethariel when he's not on our team.
What does that have to do with anything?
We spend a good deal of time with people that are not on our team.
Yeah, too. But if we're thinking of like new places for her to like join, like be a part of, and like spend more time with, then Ignis.
Fair enough.
Oh.
No Ren.
No Ren.
Alright.
Did you want to invite Winter? Or no?
I don't think so. After our conversation, I'm not wholly opposed, as I would have been. But neither am I convinced she's a particularly strong fit. I think her personality would also match rather poorly with ours, and
True.
I certainly don't think she would be eager to join us if she had other options. Though I would prefer her to, for example, Ivir.
If we did get Ivir, I don't think that would be bad. We could still work with them.
Mayhaps.
He does not seem bad.
If it comes to pass, so be it, but I would prefer not to extend him an invite at least.
Yeah, and then we shall not.
Nor to Thana.
No, too loud.
She's a danger to everyone around her. She's going to get herself or someone else killed, and I really hope it's her.
Almost did in Grenville.
Yeah. That's my worry. What do you think of Riley?
No.
No Riley, then.
No.
I think it would be a poor fit.
I do not trust them at all.
Though I think we could work with them.
Work with true. It's how that they are right now. I do not know.
Mayhaps that's true. There's so fucking many
Seems
of them.
very closed off and distant.
Who else have we forgotten? There's... what, Penny? I think that would make a lot of us unhappy. Including Penny.
I don't even know who Penny is. So, oh, the part of the boy.
Yeah. He was Aqua before he left. I knew him a little.
Yeah, probably not Ventus, then.
No. No, I suspect... well, I suspect he might get invited back to that team. I know Lothariel's quite fond of him. Oh, Isaiah's the last. And he's obviously out.
No. He will die on our team.
You going to kill him?
No. I did not say that.
Yuki
I'm not
might.
a killer. But say we accidentally forget them somewhere where it's very dangerous. Not my fault.
Fair enough. So then, of perhaps the rest, do you have a preference for anyone that you would see invited?
No. I think my preferences are the same with yours. Though I'm not really biased on the Sorelier like you. I don't know how much about her or what she does. Definitely Coquette and Jacqueline. I don't mind Avi.
Coquette, Jacqueline. Perhaps we should speak with Avi then. Do you like Avi enough that you want him? Or do you just not mind his company?
Sure. I do not mind having him. I would invite them. He asked me earlier the words. He asked me about the Ulysses where we sent them off. He wanted to pay a visit to it. So he is good in my books. Very silly. Stuck his tongue on the ice. Going to need to keep an eye on him so he doesn't hurt himself.
There was a time at which Avi would have been a member of Ventus.
Oh?
After things with Aqua, he left their team and bounced around a little bit for a while. Had things with Emma escalated more quickly and she departed earlier, I am all but certain we would have replaced her with Avi.
Oh?
Yuki and I grew very fond of him.
Well, I am fond of him too. A little bit. So, I do think that he will go good on Ventus.
Eket, Jacqueline, Avi. With Sorlir and Helma being additional. I think I'd be happy with any 3 of those.
Sounds good.
Then in that case, I hope to speak with Avi.
You also have not told me what they can do.
What?
You have not told me yet what they can do.
Damn, you weren't there. I'm sorry.
No. It is alright. That's why you remind her.
Jacqueline can put up a wall of ice. She uses potions only.
So that one.
Which is interesting.
Yes.
She puts up a wall of ice. She has a sort of explosive flame, it looked like to me. Though it could be poison or something else.
Explosive something. Flame on sword?
Flame on the sword.
Shroud.
Shroud and... She can slow in an area on the ground.
Very useful.
Yeah.
Very smart.
She is smart. I suspect her humor would do well with us as well.
I've gotten along with her from the times that we have spoken. She's good to talk to. Would like to talk more.
Yeah. In terms of a plan, then, I'd like to speak with Avi, in any case. So I might speak with more with him. If you're so inclined to have a talk with Sorlir, I'd appreciate your thoughts on her.
Oh, alright.
And Helma I want to get to know as well, but I suppose we'll see what the day brings.
Is Sorlir here today?
Yeah, she was around. I didn't tell you what the rest of them can do.
Oh, that is right, I saw her. No, you did not. This would be very helpful.
Winter, has her rifle. She shoots something from, I don't remember, she said, but I've forgotten. She uses ice and fire magic. She has a bolt of flame. She has a line of ice spikes that erupt from the ground, and whatever that 4-circle something is that she's working on.
Ooh.
Jacqueline, I've said. Coquette, I don't really know. I've not seen her in
I know
action.
she can go invisible.
She can go invisible, yes.
And also lightning.
Yes. There's something about her swords that I didn't really understand, but she was showing them to Octaris, I think. I don't know, someone on the airship. Helma can enchant her weapon with divine magic. She can send it flying forth as a bolt, or explode it in a cone, and she can use it to form a shield. Kind of like Rowan's, if you've seen it.
I have.
Though prettier.
Oh, that is no poor one. Oh. Poor Rowan. Sorry. Words kind of melted it together.
Rowan does alright.
His shield is weird. It's a weird color.
Avi has a shroud. He has a projectile that he can control with some amount of finesse. He had a cone, and he has an occult spell.
Oh yes, the one that he was talking to me about before you came up behind him.
Also, he can heal, which we don't really need, but...
Oh yes, I got that one.
Yeah.
He got upset with me. And then he showed me it, because I misunderstood his words.
Oh.
I thought that he could not use magic to heal, but then he was like, no, I can, and then he showed me.
He healed me the first time I was properly injured here at Rosewood.
Oh.
I was concussed in one of the war games. I got smashed in the head.
You need to stop getting hit in the head.
I can't help it, I'm short. Everyone's arms are above my head.
That is why you block your head and, like, move out of the way.
In fairness to me, I didn't see it.
Okay, fair.
I seem to recall that I got hit in
That is
someone's
also what
backhand.
you get for fighting Caleb.
Well, that's different. That I went into knowing that I was going to lose. I do get hit in the head a lot.
You do. At least you don't get, like, No, wait, no, you do. Never mind.
What? I what?
Nothing.
I have no idea what this earlier can do.
Fine. Oh, okay.
I think I've described everyone. I can't remember.
I don't know. If you don't, I'll probably find out myself.
Should we go and have our various conversations?
Comfy.
I can leave you here to nap if you'd like.
No, that is going to get me up. Yeah. Oh, My everything just like is cracked. The walnut.
Well, when you lie down unusually like you've done there, this is what happens.
Unusually.
These are the consequences of the choices you've made, sister mine.
I did not lay down. It was a normal lay down. You're unusual.
I'm unusual. Fuck you.
You always lay down in front of me.
Is there a problem with reclining?
Yes.
What?
You make me feel awkward sitting there, looking down at you.
I don't care. And you don't have to look at me.
I do.
Fair enough.
I'm sorry if I don't like to look down at you.
You have a foot on me. This is a constant experience for the both of us.
Don't think about it.
You literally can't not look down on me.
I'm trying not to.
Hail Yora.
Oh.
Oop. Sorry. Go on, I'm gonna bug him for a sec.
Okay, bye.
I was hoping I'd get a moment to ask you something.
Go ahead.
I saw you discussing with Winter. Did you learn anything of concern, I suppose? What I'm looking to find.
She's Palvandorian, or at least was amongst them. Though I think, from her description, not by choice. I've told her that I have no quarrel with her, so long as she is true in her statement that she means no harm to Rosewood, its people, or our mission to defeat the rifts. And she seems genuine, but so do many who aren't. If I see any reason in particular to believe that she can't be trusted, I'll change my evaluation, but for now I think she's just... I think if she were a real threat to us, she'd be a better liar.
Unless it's all some big old ruse.
Mayhaps.
Did see that she's able to fly.
Interesting.
I did make a point of showing that at the demonstration, but then flew straight across the campsite. Seems that was everyone's first realizing of that ability from everyone else's reactions.
Maybe she thought we only cared about things that are useful as a battle mage.
Perhaps. Perhaps she also should have had a little bit more forethought about not getting shot out of the air, being unaware that she could be up there.
Indeed. I intend to keep an eye on her, but... well, she's been warned about me, apparently, by Luca.
In what sense?
In the sense that I don't like Palvandorians very much.
I see.
So who knows? I honestly do think she's relatively harmless. But I'll keep my eyes peeled.
I suppose I'll rest a slight bit easier, but...
Let others know that she's Palvandorian probably gives some level of protection. She can't just get away with offing those of us that don't like them.
I suppose not.
Was there anything else?
That was all of my questioning. Was there anything
But
else that you wished to speak of me of?
I was going to tell you the same.
I see.
In that case, I'm going to go seek out, well, loads of people for conversations today. See you later, Jarl.
I can imagine as such. Aye.
Until then, I'll wait for that day.
Go on.
It's fine. Personality-wise. He can have a bit of a heart. He's trying his best. He's learning niceties as he puts them.
Hey, Jack.
Okay.
I promise to be better next
He's a
time.
Drozen after all, I'll do give him that.
Hey, Lobby.
He doesn't want to scare people, I don't think.
Heyo.
Not everyone.
Can we talk, or are you in the middle of something?
Neither do I want to.
Yes, I'm in the middle of talking to someone I find very dearly, about this tall, heterochromy eyes, and wearing light blue.
Oh, and of course.
Let's go.
In a couple of days, it might seem a little bit weird being still, unsorted and not really having a team to choose for. If there's any problems, that should be. If anybody's giving you problems, feel free to reach out. Even if we might not be on the same team, we're still in the same initiative.
Rowan said something very similar.
Thank you for the tents, by the way. You gave us your room, and then you gave us your tents. So I thank you.
Ventus has, amongst all of our areas, a good deal of space to sleep. In fact,
it helps because it's kind of small too.
Keep a secret.
A secret? Yeah, of course. I like secrets.
You in front of us. Hey.
Hey,
dude.
Lignus.
Hey.
Hope you're both well.
Hey. Yeah, we're all right. Yeah.
I'm following.
I'm making sure we're not being watched. Not that you're still there. I trust you'll follow me.
Oh, is this a secret?
What? Oh, this is the secret, yes. Come sit. I'm not.
Listen, I
that's...
don't think.
Sit,
I don't want to
Offie.
betray Lothariel.
That's not what's happening here.
Oh, okay. Trust you. Should I keep my voice down?
Perhaps. Though it's not hugely important, in all honesty. I found this place after we arrived and took ownership of it. You're not wrong that I've come here with Lothariel. Though it was originally simply mine.
Wait. Should I be standing here? Should I be sitting here?
It's perfectly clean.
Okay.
We haven't been sleeping here for quite some time anyways. These last 2 nights we've been sleeping in the upstairs of medical. Which is also Ventus's. Hence why we don't need any tents.
Oh, that's smart.
We, for a while, we had 4 healers. And between Tau and Ulysses and everything, there was a time where one of us was in medical a lot of the time, and the rest of us had taken to sleeping there anyways, to be close, and we decided to stop taking up beds, so we installed that space above, and there's some beds up there. And you all needed places to sleep. I don't mind Sorely knowing about this place. I don't think she'll tell anyone if she knows, but for the most part, it's known mostly to me, Lethariel, Elenia, and Yuki. And now you. I actually wanted to talk to you about Lethariel. I suspect I've been wanting to talk to you about this for a while, but time always escapes me. I know how things ended between you and Aqua. And I know that Yuki and I were amongst the few that you confided in about that. I suppose, then, that it's perhaps a surprise to have returned and found that I am with Lethariel.
Yeah. I tried not to judge and all. I was just... I suppose a lot can change, you know? And I was still confused.
After you left, Bellicosa departed. And Malik was never much of an instructor of the divine. Or an instructor of most things, I suspect, but...
Whenever I would talk to him, he would just get angry and punch me.
That sounds about right. With Bellicosa gone, there wasn't really anyone else to teach me magic. Not divine magic, at least. Except Lethariel. Despite his actions towards you. We have always had in common a desire to cure the devouring. And, as I studied with him, I grew closer to him. Then things happened. I don't know, lots of little things over time. He's not the man he once was. There's absolutely no doubt in my mind that the man he is today would never have allowed anyone on Aqua to lay a hand on you for what you did. And I'm all but certain that Yorl would feel the same. There's not forgiveness for what they did. They made a choice. It was a mistake. But I think you were used as a pawn by the professors, by Neller, by Octavian. Hell, Octavian murdered someone no older than us for having found a book in the necromancer's hut. He cut off his head. Taras killed one of the Ferali. Malik apparently killed a pirate who was... I don't know, there's a whole thing there, but... I think you were used against Aqua, and they were used against you. It doesn't absolve them of the decisions they made. They bear responsibility for those. And like I said, there's not forgiveness to be had for that. It's yours to offer should you want it, not mine. But I think they've changed. Lothario, you've seen the burn on his hand?
Isaiah.
To protect me. But I won't be upset if you judge me for it.
How can I?
Rather easily, I assume. Soreldir does.
What? He wasn't in my shoes. The thing is about what happened. Nello, Tavian, is that they succeeded in what they were trying to do with me.
Yes. Yes, they did.
They're trying to make me into a weapon. I'm that now.
You're not.
The moment this happened,
You're not a weapon. If you were a weapon, you'd be held in a hand and wielded against someone. Are you going to do what they say without question?
no.
But
I didn't know you. Your resonance.
are my eyes doing the spooky thing?
Yeah, I almost couldn't tell.
Haven't
Don't-
figured out
don't get
why
me
that's
wrong, it
happening
was-
yet.
It could be resonance, you know.
Probably.
Even if you haven't unlocked the affinity, it kind of like hints on to what you can do. It represents person and all, but it's pretty.
Thank you. You're not a weapon. Any more than I am. I'm certainly as close to one as one gets.
No. A weapon wouldn't be this kind to me. A weapon wouldn't be kind to me back then. A weapon wouldn't be the family that I had when I was away from my family.
The same goes
That's
for
why I
you.
can't judge you. You saved me. If I didn't have you, if I didn't have Ventus at the time, it would have became a weapon. I would have went down that dark path and not know where this pit ends. Just kept falling and falling and falling. Just feelings. I would just be not myself anymore. You both pulled me too deep.
You did the hard work.
I could never hate you.
Sorry for not telling you myself. Like I said, I've wanted to have this conversation for a bit, but somehow the days always get away from me.
Oh. Speaking of professors and listening, is it true about the neutrality?
What, the Palindorians?
I say that because I've been in Droza, and after you guys put up that shield, word spread like wildfire. I even heard it in Droza, and they were saying Rosewood sided with Nurendal against the Palindorians and such. That was a really, really strong reason why I came back in the first place. Truth be told, there's a saying we have in Favera. Ever since Boylden Keep have been fending off the Palindorian invasion, that no Faveran worth their salt, their preserving salts, their farming salts, would ever side with no Palindor. We won't give in. Because when the world turned its back against us, Karians, Faverans of the homeland, Drozans of the Shades, A16s of the Palindorians, Faerun stood strong and united. Even the Rift Beasts and the Blythe Woods. Everything was attacking us.
There's a lot of conflict about what happened that night. I can tell you my side of it. Luca would tell you another. But here's my part.
Palvi.
Maybe. Lucia is certainly aligned with them more closely than not. We were under attack by Rift Beasts, and there was a Palindorian presence across the river. We'd spent the best part of a day fighting. Wasn't as bad as Kenvale. That was a nightmare. But we heard that the Palindorians were moving. Luca wanted to go and treat with them. See if some sort of... He went to talk with them. Umbra came back across the river. And, we didn't hear anything for a while. Lucia eventually told me that, they'd struck a deal. Palvindor would observe Rosewood's neutrality. And in exchange, we wouldn't stop them from walking into the city. We wouldn't stop them from coming to the shield generator and taking it. Because, of course, we're neutral. We wouldn't stop them as their army marched in to capture or slaughter the civilians inside. Palvindor simply wanted the land, and who were we to get in their way? Lucia as much as told me that Luca had offered the city in exchange for our neutrality. Luca, of course, denies this subsequently. He insists that my understanding of it is wrong, that that's a lie, that that's not what he did. But it was his lieutenant who told me those things. And what the Palvindorians told the lieutenant, what the Palvindorians told me, matches what she said. A group of Palvindorians. 10, I think. 9, maybe. Must have been 9. 1 was let go. 9 entered the city.
More.
They waltzed through the main gate, since we were the ones in the area. They walked up to the second gate, to the bridge that crosses over into the district where the shield generator was present, where the castle is present. I tried to stop them at that gate. I tried to insist to the lieutenant that this was not going to go her way. I had already gotten with most of the captains. I had spoken with Lefron and Rowan. I had gotten their support not to allow them near the generator, as well as Yorl.
It happened that they're tyrants and conquer expansionists.
Yes. The Palvindorians made it to the shield generator. They got through, they got across the bridge. They weren't stopped. I gathered what supporters I needed. I asked Elenia to fetch me everyone from the other side who would fight against Palvindor. I confirmed that the other captains that had been with me, we 4, were in agreement that they would not have the city, that they would not have the shield. And then I put aside the commander's orders. I gave the Palvindorians an ultimatum. They could leave the city and keep their lives, or they would die there. Their leader put his gun against the generator. And when Captain Pumpkinpatch put his body between, he simply insisted that the bullet would pass through him into the generator nonetheless. I insisted that they leave. They chose not to. We killed them all. All but one. Their blood is on my hands. It was my order. It was my decision. It was not my blade that slew most of them, but I killed 8 men and women that night. I would rather that they had lived. But they made that choice, not me.
They could have. They'll never take that up. Dip to the rifts. And you gave them mercy. I would have done the same, but sometimes I wish I was not as... I wish I wasn't the one time.
You wish what?
Sometimes I wish I was a tad bit more cruel to be able to not give them mercy like.
There is rarely harm in mercy. It cannot always be given.
But the people literally come to conquer a land that's not even, that's struggling as it is. Because what, they don't have the resources?
It's mercy for the people that would die fighting them. If by sending away 9, those 9 are free to continue to support Palvindor. But how many of the soldiers in Norendel, how many of us might have died trying to defend the city? Not many, I think. But 20, 50, 100 of the guards? I would have spared the lives of 9 tyrants. In exchange for 90 who simply sought to defend something. I don't like killing. I'll do it if I have to. But I don't like it.
Lesson I learned in Droza.
Those that aren't from Droza don't get it. They don't understand that not everyone is going to hold their stupid ideals. A strong take.
Never liked killing. Theo.
Yeah.
Answer. Well, people. I know they probably had to go. But liked.
You have a good heart.
Probably too good for my own good.
Maybe. But going to Droza, I don't know what happened there. Mayhaps we'll speak on it at some point. I won't press you for answers now, but... being in Droza will make you harder. It makes you stronger. It makes you crueler, too. But the kind will die to those that aren't. The reality of the world we live in. fine to think that we might not want to kill anyone before the end of all of this. If we could slay no human, no person, that would be best. But that's not the choice before us.
It's possible, though.
We will kill more people. Probably a lot.
The only good thing to do with that is choose whom. Make sure it's worth it.
Yeah.
I feel bad for whoever's team I'm on.
Have you thought about where you might end up?
Listen much. No. Mainly because if there's ever an order and from a captain, a professor, headmistress, commander, chancellor, to somehow prioritize the safety of a Palvindorian, I don't think I could do it.
When you say a Palvindorian, you mean one of their soldiers or one of their people?
Is there anyone innocent in Palfindor?
I'm from a Reaver
Any
clan.
one of them.
My clan has slaughtered hundreds in my life. I've killed 46 people. I've only murdered 3 of them. How much of the blood is on my hands? All of it. But how much of it was my choice?
But couldn't any of them stand up and say, no, we won't behave like animals anymore? Nothing cripples an army more than a civil war.
Wouldn't be a
I
civil
stand
war.
for that.
You could be made to. I was made to. I have a scar here. From a poker. Was a lesson in obedience. The lesson I was given a lot of times. My body's filled with a lot of such scars. I'm Drozen. I can take a lot more of them. But you don't hate me for loving Lithariel. And I don't think you hate them entirely for what they've done to you. The Palvindorian people are like Aqua. They've either done or supported terrible things. They have the potential to be better. But they're not the only ones at fault for what they've done. Not alone.
But the soldiers. Do we at least agree on that front?
Most of them, yeah. I'm sure that there are plenty of them that didn't choose the life they live. But they at least are more responsible. Are you on my team? I would never order you to save the life of a Palvandorian soldier. Unless there was need that their life provide value. And even then, I'd simply do it myself. I must needs have more discussion with my lieutenant, and with Yuki for that matter. But I suspect Ventus would now have you as eagerly as we once would have.
You need me to stop anyone from interfering. I don't doubt in my mind that if you were to step up and do what you want to do, you might be stopped by some people. You ever need aid in stopping them from stopping you? I'll be the wall in front of you.
Thank you, Avi. But I've already made one mutiny. Hopefully I won't need a second.
I don't know, that sounds right up my alley.
I think Sorley would be very unhappy with both of us for allowing you to do so.
I almost did it.
You did. And I don't think you were wrong to do so.
I'm happy for you and Lethal. Most of all. I can at least say that much now and before.
He's an incredible man. And I am very lucky. He is better to me than any have been in my life.
I suppose that makes sense, because, you knew him longer. I kind of left. But, let's say you knew me for 20 days and you knew him for 20 days. Who would you say then treated you better?
In my first 20 days?
Mm-hmm. Let's just say 20 days, you've gotten to know him, and 20 days you've gotten to know me. Hypothetically.
I think in the first 20 days of knowing you, you showed me more kindness.
I'll take what I can get.
I have missed you a great deal.
What? I've missed you too.
I do hope you will think about teams, and that you will think about Ventus. We'll talk more.
That's only if I get a proper invite. I shouldn't, like, expect something. I'll just end up disappointing myself is all. The F factor.
Perhaps we'll speak more tomorrow. Or tonight, I have no idea. We'll see what the rest of my day ends up being.
Get you.
I've sent Elenia to talk to Sortlear. I'm curious to see how that conversation goes.
Strategic.
I'd like her for Ventus.
I really shouldn't get my hopes up then.
Why?
Ow. We do well together is all.
Well, who knows? There are a lot of unsorted and a lot of teams with openings. Mayhaps all of them. Depends on how the rest of the next couple of days goes, I suppose.
Is something happening to Lumen?
One amongst them might be leaving.
Like, leaving?
No, just leaving Lumen.
Can't imagine who. I don't know any of them.
I'm not sure it's my place to share, but... Well... I will say this. Barrett, Saline, and Sunny are all in a relationship together.
What?
Yes.
Wow. What a casserole.
A casserole?
Yeah.
What's a casserole?
It's a type of person that, like, I think is... I don't know what the female equivalent is, but it's like a womanizer. I guess the female equivalent would be a manizer. Yeah.
A manizer.
Yeah.
I've never thought about that. A casserole. Okay.
So... Yeah, casserole. But wow, I've never heard of something like that before. Well, I mean, I suppose that is kind of normal in some, Primal Zivirican customs.
And in lots of places.
Oh.
We were not exactly friends or anything otherwise. It didn't matter. It doesn't matter now.
What's going on?
Yeah, that's fine.
I don't know.
I wasn't really getting at that anyway.
Well, you came here to do a job, correct?
Yeah.
If you were placed somewhere or given the command to be somewhere, you would try to protect them, correct?
Yes.
Okay, now, I'm not necessarily saying join our team or anything of the sort, but I am saying it would be nice to know that someone who could be helping us can do other things, such as actually protecting with your shield. I remember very little of what we used to talk about, or anything of the sort.
I rather
You didn't
dislike
speak, but I saw
Lucio.
you had the massive
I'm
shield.
going to go.
I'm sure you're good at protecting, right? Well, would you not want to be put on a team that may need that? That is your job, right? It does not matter who.
I want to see what she can do.
Why?
Hello, Linnea.
Hello. Had a good talk with Winter.
With
Floor.
Winter?
Yes.
Oh, is that her name?
Excuse me.
You see, Floor.
Helma.
Jacqueline is looking for you. I believe she's in town.
I'll go find
She
her.
may still be under the assumption you're up there.
Oh. Thank you. Do you mean me or
would you happen to
Elenia?
know where...
I assumed it's hard to tell with the helmet.
Ventus in general.
Got it.
Cool.
Shall we?
I can go.
I'll go. I have nothing else on. If you were busy with Rin or whatever. Thank you.
No
problem.
Preoccupied with Soralir.
Soralir.
What the fuck is her name?
Soralir.
Soralir. Her name is hard. Oh, there she is.
El Jacqueline.
Hello.
Just the two I was looking for, actually.
So we were told.
If you have
Also,
time, of
what?
course.
Lead on.
I just looked at the sun.
Why would you...
Oh.
You only have one good eye, Elenia. Don't ruin that one too.
Ow.
Lead on.
My eyes are burning. Listen, if somebody says, like, do you have time, I tend to look up at the sky to see where the fuck the sun is.
Don't look directly.
I just did not expect it to be there.
And do you have somewhere to be, should the sun be in a particular position?
Yes.
What? Okay. What would you like
I have
to
a few
talk
questions
about?
for both of you, actually.
Certainly.
Hello. Can answer.
Some general questions, that's all. I want to understand your team better. And originally I was just going to talk to Talia, but having her lieutenant next to her might give a better assessment of things. These may be some strange questions, but please answer them the best you can.
I will say every single one of them is strange.
To you, what is Rosewood's goal?
What is my understanding of Rosewood's goal, or what would be Rosewood's goal were I to choose?
I have other questions that will relate.
Fair enough.
What is your understanding of Rosewood's goal first and foremost?
To find a way to defeat the Rift Beasts and close the rifts that plague Astria. As well as to help people.
Then what is Ventus's goal?
Ventus has been a great many things. Our goal now is the same as the Institute's, but also that we serve each other, I suppose. I think what Ventus is will change after we've acquired more members.
You're missing around half of your team, so that's understandable.
Yes. In many ways, Eleni and I are a lot of what Ventus is right now.
I noticed.
We were once a family. There were 6 of us. Now there are, well, 2 that are family yet. This changes things.
And the other has been cast out.
No. She has chosen to be distant.
So be it. Then,
I am not
may I
owed.
ask, what is your goal?
That is another question with many of the same question. As Captain of Ventus, as it seems you were seeking me out in such a role, as Talia, as a member of Rosewood.
As you, yourself.
Were I to have one goal, it would be to cure the devouring. I suspect that in order to do so, the only true way to do it is to close the rifts. Hence why I remain at Rosewood. But as captain, I have...
Go on.
As captain, I have obligation to my team and its members. My goals are difficult to separate from that. I don't wear this cape to define what Ventus is.
You wear it because no one else stepped up. As far as I understand.
That is a very complicated story. I wear it because there was no one else to wear it at the time.
Currently, as things are, she is the best fit to wear it.
If, for example, we
So I
are
can
restored to 6, and the rest of the team decides that I am not the one they wish to wear the cape, I'll take it off. I would consider that a failing on my part, but not one that I think I would protest. It is not mine to decide what is best for the rest of everyone. There are times where I will make decisions as captain, and I expect my team to follow them when they're made. Combat is certainly not a place for a discussion of who is in charge. But a conversation like this could change who wears the cape. And I would not protest that.
Understood. Why did you come to Rosewood in the first place? Is it the same reason why you're here now? Or has it changed?
I'm a reaver. I think I've told you what that means.
I know what it means. You don't need to explain.
I killed 2 of my kin and fled. I joined a caravan who would otherwise have fallen, but for my involvement. One of them was a recruiter from Rosewood. I couldn't stay with the caravan forever. They took pity on me. Loners in Droza, especially ones that look like me, don't do very well. So I came here. And it provided an opportunity. I came here because I had nowhere else to go. I chose to make of my time here that I might cure the devouring. And now I believe that I hope that we make the world better, even in small ways. I hope that I make some small difference. My reasons for remaining are not the same as that which I came. Yes. I suspect I've changed a great deal since I arrived. Mayhaps for better or worse.
But the reasoning changed as to why you remain then.
Yes.
You stay to cure the devouring, or is there more to it than that?
It's a lot of things. I stay for Elenia, I stay for Yuki, I stay for Ventus, I stay for Lothariel, I stay to cure the devouring. I stay because a woman had a vision for this place. And I hope to see it through.
What was that vision? I'm assuming you're talking about Alea Rosewood.
She wanted to see the rifts ended.
What does she want?
And she now,
Nothing
to our
else?
understanding, wants to spread hope. To make better the world that we live in. I can't pretend to have a deep understanding of her desires. She died before I got to learn most of them. It's my hope that, in remaining here, I might gain what wisdom she had, in some small part. That's a folly, of course. But I wouldn't say that I don't hope for it. I wish I had known her better.
Hope can be a powerful thing. We all wish we could have known people who passed better. But their story ends, and all that is left for us is to spread it. If we choose so. Now, these questions, I have no idea if you'll be willing to answer, but... What is Ventus's greatest weakness?
Again, in what sense? In battle...
As to what you perceive as a captain. It can be in battle, it can be in anything.
At present, I think we lack a lot of the practical strength required to achieve our goals. In combat, that looks like... Well, Elenia and I are healers. I carry no shield, she certainly doesn't. Yuki has a shield, used to be a healer, might still be a healer, not really sure where things are at with that, but... In combat, we are weak. We are easily damaged. We are not resilient. We are efficient, expedient, and fast. Not physically fast. If you want speed, go to Lumen. They run faster than all of the rest of us combined. But when it comes to getting things done, we are quite effective at that, in my experience. I would take the three of us opposed to myself and the members of Ignis, for example. As to a very broad sense, I suspect that I am in many ways our biggest weakness.
How so?
I am, for many, unpopular, controversial here. There are those who I fail to identify with. I find that I often struggle to communicate that which I have, that I hold... how to put it? I am not graced with the words that many have here. Lethariel, for example, speaks much more intelligently than I. Malik had a charisma that I can't match. I am likely more controversial than not amongst many, but I don't know. I do what I can. And I hope that the people around me are smarter than me. Or will at least tell me when I'm wrong, that I may listen to them. I try to do so. Elenia could probably tell you that I don't always succeed.
You try. Stubborn. Very stubborn.
Very stubborn.
Yes.
Elenia, how do you perceive your captain?
Stubborn.
Did I leave for this?
Stubborn, yet you speak high praise.
Yeah,
No, you stay here. Unless she would like you, like you to
Talia
leave.
does have her flaws, but I trust her with leading her. I trust her with leading. She will never fail in making decisions that will have the best outcome that I can see. Quick to agitate.
Is that our greatest weakness?
Greatest weakness.
May well be.
I'm unsure.
Do you have one in mind?
No.
Very well then.
We're talking like physical sense than her arm. But
I didn't come to notice that. It pains you.
Great deal.
Randomly.
Was burned to acid and nearly killed me.
Unfortunate. Are you medicated for it?
My greatest weakness at all. Sorry, ask. Go on.
I was undergoing a sort of treatment, but that is no longer possible. The one who assisted me with it is no longer amongst us right now. I have evaluated pain medication. I may yet resort to it, but I would need to take a great deal.
And I'm guessing it would affect your combat abilities if that was the case.
The poison affects me a great deal. Reduces my stamina.
Poison?
Poison.
That's what you were using.
It was remarkably effective.
And you could find no other alternatives to this.
Not with the supplies we had at the time. The situation was also less severe then. It's worsened. I'm looking into alternatives. I mean to speak with you about some of those at some point, but it's not pressing.
If either of you at any time need to leave the conversation, don't feel like I need to keep you.
I suspect one or both of us
I am just
would have
sitting.
eagerly spoken with you by the end of the day in any case. I had hoped
Eagerly.
to. Yes.
Hope to.
I never know what the day will bring. But but we've discussed
that's
whether or
fair.
not you might fit on Ventus.
You have very sharp nails.
Very observant. Yes.
Sometimes.
You have one eye, I can't blame you.
Yes.
Well, one working one, it seems.
She has two. You can see both of them. 1, 2.
Ooh. Big surprise.
An
Oh,
amazing
no, she has
counter.
2 eyeballs.
I am the most brilliant of all at Rosewood. Truly.
Yeah, no, you're not.
Not even remotely.
No.
Certainly not the most educated.
Intelligent, though. It sounds like you,
Oh,
you
yes. Very.
I don't know that's
You were saying
for
before
me to
about your
comment on.
greatest weakness.
I hesitate a lot.
Does your captain make up for this?
I do not know. Haven't really had the hesitate thing with her while she's been captain, I don't think.
Not
Talk to her about it though.
greatly. We've seen relatively little in the way of, well, combat, amongst other things, since I wore the cape. We've seen our fair share, but none where, well, many times things are simple. The Rift Beast is there. Kill it or die.
Yes.
This makes certain decisions easier.
Yes, it does.
I do trust Talia to snap me out of it and make me make a decision, though.
If it's needed.
Do you trust yourself to do so?
Yes.
Well then, my final question is, what is your greatest weakness? Sorry.
Well, you've already somewhat asked it, in the sense of my arm, or my impulsiveness, or lots of these things. But I'm not sure that...
We've heard them from Elenia, but how do you perceive it? That's what I'm asking.
I come from violence and combat and bloodshed. The world is, in many ways, for me, the Rift Beast to be killed or be killed. I find that I regularly hold strong beliefs. I will advocate for them strongly. I'm not suicidal. I'll not kill myself or spend lives on something that's pointless. But I'm headstrong. And loud. I'm not quiet with my opinions. And I'm not quiet with... I'm not nearly as easy to anger as I once was. But I am more than none. It is a weakness. Perhaps it's my greatest one. But I think...
It's also a strength in some ways.
Yes. It makes me decisive.
That it does.
In terms of combat, my arm is by far my greatest weakness. It is an existential danger. I like that word. Lethariel pointed it out to me recently.
Existential.
It is a fun word.
Too big.
Related to one's being.
Can I jump?
If my greatest weakness is that which
I guess
limits
this
me
is
as a
fair.
captain, it is my personality.
I like to look around.
If it is what weakens me as a fighter here, it's my arm.
Understood. I appreciate both perspectives. Truly I do. And actually, I do have one more final thing. In regards to the conversation that we had previously, in regards to the Pelvandorians. And if you don't mind me asking, Elenia, I'd like to talk to Talia about this in private.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Goodbye.
What?
She's a joyful one.
Indeed.
When we spoke with the Pelvandorians, you said capture or kill. But considerably, so you kept on returning to the idea of killing them. But you said you'd rather capture them. Which is it? And were you lying to me? In the sense that you'd rather capture them?
Not in the slightest. I would rather they live. For many reasons. I would desire them not dead. If there are other options. There aren't always. They're also certainly more useful alive. But it's the right thing to do.
That it is. Well, that clears things up. I'm glad. And that is pretty much all my questions I had for you. If you have any for me, feel free to ask, but yes.
You've spent some time seeing me. You're observant, smart. What do you think? You don't have to answer.
In terms of you, your ability to be a captain, or as a healer.
I think my skill as a healer is in relatively little question amongst those here, so we can skip that one. But you're evaluating me, I assume, on my merits as someone who you might work with.
Yes.
That's the context in which I want the answer. I'm happy to have it in other ways as well, but that's the one I asked.
I think you could be a decent captain. Although not as experienced as Ural or some of the others. You're certainly more decisive than him. And from what I've seen, most of the other captains.
I suspect
you have
I would...
resolve. You hold yourself. Go on.
I suspect I would trust Yoral over myself some of the time. Maybe even a good deal of the time. He's a capable captain.
He is. I've talked to him extensively about Gunlefariel's thoughts on him. Too bad more of his members weren't there to get thoughts. But, no, you're a capable captain. You seem to understand your morals well, to understand what path you'd like to walk. That is someone I want to lead me in, honestly. But Yura also has that, and you're the other captains. I won't lie. But he may be able to put more forward into certain things. Though, you make decisions faster when they matter, from the sounds of it. Ferial told me that Ural will on occasion be drowned out in important situations, or won't act with as much haste as is required.
Fortunately,
you, on the other hand, will.
Unfortunately, a lot of people have that problem. Life or death is really the only time when snap judgments matter. Most of the time, if the situation allows it, I'm happy to take a long time to make a determination.
It's good to be able to do both. I can see us working together in future. Though, You are rather emotional, from the looks of it. Not a bad thing. Not always. But I suspect it would lead trouble to your team on occasion.
Maybe. Have you been informed of the mutiny yet?
I haven't.
I orchestrated a mutiny against our former commander. Along with 3 of the other five captains.
But you organized it.
Without me, it wouldn't have happened.
Why did you see fit it occurred?
Because I felt our lieutenant was going to sell Norendel to the Palvandorians.
So in some way she sided with Umbra.
She came around in the end, but at that point she wasn't really in charge of the situation. By the time the killing started.
Did they have to die?
They were given the choice to leave and survive, or stay and die.
I suppose they chose the alternative.
Yeah. I had hoped some would choose differently.
That's all you can do.
They threatened the shield
You
generator.
give them a choice.
The city would have fallen.
And thousands of people would have died.
Or I slay 8 or 9. I don't regret my decision.
You did what you must. I'm glad you don't. It is better if lives can be spared, but if it comes to it, do what is necessary is to do what is right.
Yeah. We've killed people, Rosewood. And we'll kill a lot more before we're finished. I hope that more of the people here come around to that. But many haven't yet. But you are correct that it is my side of things. Umbra has theirs.
Yes, they do. I am curious as to why they decided to do what they did.
They would say that they
there is
didn't.
reason.
They would say that their goal was to promote the neutrality of Rosewood.
We aren't neutral.
No, we're not. That is, I think, at the core of the disagreement. They believe that neutrality comes amongst, or above all else. I believe that there's no such thing. Everyone picks a side, and not choosing is just choosing one of them out of hand.
Yes, it is. Not choosing is a choice in itself.
I'm responsible for the...
Understood.
I'm responsible for the deaths of the 8 Palvandorians. I don't know their names. I didn't see most of their faces. But they are amongst 44, for whom I am responsible for their deaths. If that number didn't increase for the rest of my life, I'll consider myself lucky. But we both know that's not true.
That's not going to happen.
I'm a killer and a
noble, though, that
murderer.
you're able
both.
to keep in mind every single one you've killed.
And while we're here, I feel like somebody should be overseeing the burial.
Not many do.
If they can, you know.
No.
So that's why. You know, and as far as concerned,
Many lose count.
kind of most people here. No offense.
I hope I never do. And I mourn for the day that I will.
It's a noble hope. Let us hope that that day does not come. And one more thing.
Go on.
Since your lieutenant is absent, I feel more inclined to share this. You told me your weakness, and I'll tell you mine. I stated at the showcase that I don't cast magic. In truth, that is true, but I can't cast. My wells are blocked.
Mine were for a time as well. You have my sympathy. It is a profoundly unpleasant experience.
I've gotten used to it. It's been over a decade. I don't even remember what it was like to have it.
Mayhaps you're better for that. Mayhaps.
Mayhaps.
But I say that mine were once blocked. 10 years may well be too long for anything to be done. But there are those here who could try if you wish it.
No thanks.
It's not a
Unless it
decision
would
that needs to be
tell us
made
how-
one way or the other. What?
Unless it was help to those to study it.
I
don't
suspect it
wish
could be.
to go down that path.
But we need speak no
Something
more
to
on
talk
it.
then.
If and when you wish. I'll not tell anyone.
You can tell who you please. Tell your lieutenant if you think it's a necessary thing for her to know of before I am sorted. I understand that this is a weakness. I cannot cast, I cannot use most Avatech devices.
Nor can you
It's something
use
that
the
needs to be
infusion.
considered. That's why the potion. It lasts an hour.
Let's see.
It's effective, but it comes at its cost.
So too does my lack of left arm. I have one further question, and I would ask that you answer honestly. What do you think of half-elves?
They're fine. They're people. They have been kicked down by society repeatedly, and for that I am sorry for them. But they are people as you and I am.
I assume you'll have noticed my lieutenant's ears.
I have.
Then
She's
you'll
one of
understand
them.
the question. There are several amongst us.
It doesn't matter to me. It's a good thing to note. Especially if we are to go to certain places where they are not accepted.
Yeah.
I'll watch their backs.
That is here as well.
So I've heard.
Theriel bears the scar.
Theriel told me as much.
Mm. His relationship with me.
Yes.
Another question then, and an unfair one. Would you entertain an offer from Ventus were it made?
Mayhaps. I've gotten no other offers, no mention of offers. The only team that really truly interests me is you or Aqua.
If nobody else makes an invitation, they'd be making a mistake. I think Elena and I both like you. We need to talk more. But
Understood.
Perhaps you and I will speak more in the next day or two. Well, certainly we will. I enjoy your company, but I mean on that topic specifically.
I'm glad you enjoy my company. Some people rather not that I talk to them. They don't like my puns.
Well, then they're fools for it.
Yes. Well, yes, that is all my questions I have for you.
Then I'll let you
need
go
any
about
time to
your
ask
night.
me more?
I'm certain that I have more, but none come to mind.
Thank you for your time, Talia. Till our paths cross again, good luck. I truly hope Ventus ends up with a strong team in the end.
I'm certain we will. And I do hope you might be a part of it. But we'll see.
We'll see.
Just want to scale this damn thing.
Because even though I don't, I do, in a way, trust it was something.
I would not interrupt your conversation, and I'll take my leave. But, Yuki, if you have time before you go to sleep, I would appreciate talking with you. I'll be around.
Well,
Alrighty. Fuck, we're already at 4 hours. Where the hell is Lothariel? I haven't seen him in like 3.5 hours. Where's my water? A lot of talking this episode.
Oh, you're kidding. You were that easy to find? I did all this effort and you were right there?
I can go hide if you'd like.
No, it's fine. Maybe it's better this way, because then less people will see and I won't fuck it up out of embarrassment. Ah, hi.
You've done a fantastic job.
Don't push on it too hard. Okay, yes, haha, you can touch me.
I'm proud of you. This is remarkable.
I still have to fix the issues. Jarl pushed on it not too hard before, and it sort of fell apart.
I apologize if he's a little battered and bruised. He's had a couple of stumbles today. Mostly my fault.
Yeah.
Hello.
And I can't walk backwards.
You can't walk backwards.
Yeah. I did.
Then you can't run away.
I can still walk backwards, but I didn't want to.
Oh, on. Never mind.
What? No, say it.
I thought you meant you were no longer capable of doing it. Maybe you broke your leg or something.
You would know about that. Crazy.
I don't know how riding horses works. I've never done it.
Could try it if you want.
At some point. I've asked for her time. I'm going to go with her. I'll see you later.
Sure. Have a good night.
Thank you, Yuki. I wanted to ask about your thoughts on our 3 openings.
I don't have any thoughts about it. You guys choose whoever you want.
There are none who you would see be amongst us.
I don't care.
Are there any who you feel would be a problem for us? Aside from mayhaps Isaiah.
Yes, but I figured that it's not gonna happen.
Not if there's any choice to the matter. But perhaps there are others who you don't feel are well suited for it. If there aren't, that's fine, and I'll leave you be.
The only one I would think is not suited for actually not being here at all, but that's neither here or there. It's a moss girl. I don't remember her name.
Donna. I think Elena and I are both in agreement with you there. She'll almost certainly not receive our invites. Do you have objection to
I don't
Sorleir?
have any preferences. No.
Okay.
Have you already extended?
Not yet. We wanted to talk to a few more people.
I was thinking about them.
Both of us would like Coquette. I suspect we both like Jacqueline. We want to speak with Helma. Avi, maybe. I'd like Sorlir.
Why Sorlir?
Because I suspect she's smarter than me. And I think she's a northerner. I think she probably shares our efficiency, our willingness to get things done, and our determination and ability to do so. I would generally be wary of her character for that reason, but Avi is very fond of her, and I trust his judgment a great deal. I think she'd be an asset to our team, and she has skills that we lack in addition.
I think you should be careful with Avi's judgment.
Why?
I think he's too kind. He sees good in all people. And that is a flaw.
I'll consider that. Though from my conversation today, I suspect that there would be times where I would have to convince him that some people have any.
I see.
Do you think that would make him bad for Ventus? Or do you think it would just mean something to be aware of?
Be something to be aware of.
This, I ask,
Is there something else?
only out of my person, not as captain or member of Ventus. Do you have any idea what the purple orb wants?
I do. He wants a new world. To make a new world. I don't know what that entails, but I'm assuming that entails something we need to give up.
I suspect any new world will require a great deal of sacrifice.
Yeah. It will. But I told it that we wanted to try to save the world. What is left of it. To try at least. Didn't say anything special about that. Didn't say no or yes. But I'm not sure if that is his whole purpose. I'm not sure. No idea.
Do you trust it?
But that is what it's told me. No. But I don't know what it is and what it is capable of. so we shouldn't trust it. Same with the golden orb. It's the same there too. What?
There was something there for a moment, I thought.
I thought I saw something too, like something blue.
Yeah. Perhaps someone's simply practicing their magic in the dark. I don't know.
Mm.
Have you seen the golden orb?
I haven't seen the golden orb. No. It might have been consumed by the purple one.
That I'm less certain on, but I think it's not here. I've tried calling for it.
It's not. It is, as I've heard, home with mother.
Home with mother?
Because their mother is dying.
The orb's mother, or the purple orb's mother, or both. Do you know?
The purple orb was the one that said it. So I don't think you will get any response for now. It's not here. And the golden orb, I assume that it's not here either.
The purple orb said it was home with mother. Okay.
But it said, I think it said something in the while of, there was more of them. We needed to go home to mother, because they were dying.
Okay. I had called for the golden light. Some weeks ago now. There was no response, but I got a vision that night. A clearing and a lake and the moon above. I'm not yet sure what to make of it, but maybe it'll be of some value to you.
I'm not sure. But I know this. We don't have a lot of time with the moon.
Suppose that makes sense. Not sure there's much we can do about it.
I don't think so.
I know we are not
Is
as
there anything
close
more?
as we once were. And I know we don't care about that equally. But should my aid ever be of value to you, you have it. And I will do what I can to assist you.
Where are you? Oh! Yuki!
What the hell?
Nor will I forbid you from any actions that do not jeopardize your life or those of another. One of ours. You can stay. Thank you, Yuki.
What?
I appreciate it. I'm done. I'm leaving.
I didn't interrupt anything, did I?
Go ahead. I just wanted to
I'm
finish
so
that last
sorry
thing.
if I interrupted
You're
anything.
fine. I was finishing.
Okay. I'm ready. I've also invited others.
Hello, Linnea.
Why are your eyes closed? You're
Are-
freaking me out.
They're closed? Well, they're not. Are they open now?
Yes.
Alright.
Strange.
They certainly won't closed for me, so I'm uncertain.
Oh.
Perhaps a trick of the light.
If we talk to Winter a lot.
Yeah.
She
What do you
seems
think?
interesting.
Interesting in that we should discuss her? Or...
No. Just interesting that I'm going to keep an eye on her, I suppose.
Fair enough.
She was wasting all of her mana, though. That was not good. We had to let her know not to do that.
There are worse things, I suppose.
I tried to cast a fourth circle spell. Thankfully, I was there and was able to prevent any backlashes that might have happened.
It would be best if she did not do that.
Especially when you're like almost out of mana already. Am I going to fit on that bench? Maybe.
If you're very careful.
Where did the fuck? Hey, there's my chair. Yeah.
Are you alright, Lepron?
Fine. I'm good. No, just walking. Have a good night.
Okay, bye.
Is Mayneth in the main building, do you think?
He was there the last time I saw. It's in a group of people.
No, she's... No, that's Yuki.
Oh.
How have you made out?
Made out
Your conversations, how have they gone?
Oh, it has been a good day. I don't think we've talked to too many people today about things.
That's fair.
Mostly Winter.
Hmm.
Apparently she can fly.
So I was told.
Yes. He kind of freaked out seeing the Norandel guard and then flew away up the mountain.
It's things like this that are going to cause the poor woman trouble.
Barrett was asking a lot of questions and being very nosy.
That does tend to be how he is.
Mm. How did the talk with Jacqueline go?
Good. It seems her current choice is between us and Aqua. Though she's not been given an invitation anywhere.
Do you want to extend one to her?
I had avoided making any final determinations until we had spoken again. But if you are so committed... Well, and I also wanted to speak with Yuki. Which I've done.
I think she would be a good fit.
Are there other invitations you would see us extend then?
We've talked the most with Jacqueline regarding that, so I'm not sure right now.
Alright.
I still need to talk to Sorelier. I have not been able to find her. Unfortunately.
She may be off atop something tall. Or simply hiding. Well, if you still like Jacqueline.
No, wait, that's a rope. It's a rope. I'm a dumbass.
It's been a while since we were here.
It does.
I've missed it.
You rode a horse?
Me? Or her?
You?
No.
Heard?
What?
Oh, well, that's what we all heard.
What? No, I
Lothariel.
didn't.
Lothariel made a horse and then you got to ride on it. Yeah.
Lothariel has a horse. Elenia has maybe ridden on it.
Okay.
What, the Lothariel's?
Lothariel
It's
finished
not a
his horse.
euphemism.
Oh, he did? He did not show
Why
me.
would I need a euphemism? If I was going to refer to riding Lothariel, I would just say so. He has an actual horse construct.
I'm gonna leave it. Okay, he has a horse construct. That's crazy. That's
Lothariel
so
has a
cool.
construct of a horse.
Oh. Divine. You can do that. You can make constructs.
You can
out
do a
of
great deal
divine.
of things if you have powerful enough magic.
That's so cool.
Alea Rosewood once made a rabbit.
Yes.
I mean, those are a little fuzzy.
A living, breathing rabbit.
More important thing. Oh, Oh.
Like a rabbit.
That is here. If you've seen somebody carrying around a rabbit, that is probably it.
It'll be Murtesh or Yuki, most likely.
Mm.
A white rabbit.
So not only is there apparently a goddess over that way, there's also a rabbit that someone just made.
Well, the goddess isn't over there anymore.
Yes. No, she left.
Yeah.
Somewhere. Mm.
Also, goddess is sort of a strange... It was a greater spirit of the Isle of Kyr. Okay, this is very frustrating, and it's not my determination, but it goes something akin to spirits, greater spirits, gods, incarnates, Celestines, goddesses. I recognize that goddesses and gods are on there twice. This is a point of frustration for me as well. I don't understand it. I don't care. If you want to know more, Arcturus is the better option, but yes, that would be wise.
And it was Arcturus that called it.
All I know is that when it walked, there was grass that sprouted up. Where
It is not inaccurate to call her a goddess.
It's not my field. It's not my field.
Yep.
It's not my field.
Actually, the glen isn't a terrible place for Sorelier to hide.
Oh.
I don't think she's a seer, but then she wouldn't know that it's... No idea. I'll try to find Jacqueline then.
You needed to speak to Avi, right?
I've
About
spoken
things
with Avi.
Before doing anything. Oh.
I spoke with him after I spoke with you. Damn it.
Is it okay?
I'll be alright.
I'm sorry I can't do anything.
I know you would if you could. I may have to resort to taking painkillers.
Hopefully we're able to figure something out.
I've been trying to figure out how to do it with divine magic. It must be possible. But I can't figure out how to get enough energy. Maybe I can replace energy with delicacy. But it would take me too long to do. I can't figure it out. I need to anchor the spell.
Does it need to be a multiple person spell?
I apologize for interrupting, but Rin has been looking for you. She said she would join you shortly.
Thank you.
Oh. Alright, thank you.
I've
I
been
also
wondering
need
where
to
she
speak
got off
with
to.
both of you at some point, but I am in no rush. Rin sounded much more urgent.
I'll try to look. Do you want to speak with us together?
It does not matter. Either works.
If you're still awake in a while, then I'll see about speaking with you. Otherwise, don't wait up, certainly.
I will be around.
We can speak tomorrow or the day after or whenever.
Very well. Safe travels and good night if I do not see you again.
Good night.
You too.
Hey, Talia. Hey, Lenia.
Hail, Maynard. Hail, Rin.
Hello. Rin?
I'll be back in a minute.
Go.
We'll
wait.
If I could grab you.
Take your time. What did you do to Lefron?
What do you mean, what did I do to Lefron?
What did you do to Lefron?
You came out to the
That depends.
He left in a state.
Oh, is it that? Okay.
I have no idea. He walked past and was very clearly... He was doing the things that men do when a woman has done something to him.
Okay. I can't
Isn't
say
he
that I'm
supposed to
fully
be
at fault
Drozen?
for this, but...
I'm pretty sure if
What
a
did
woman
you do?
tried to do anything to me, I would also be a blowering mess.
Okay. Let me see if I
Fair
can
enough.
remember and recall this properly. Okay. So, we're sitting together over in the building, you know, enjoying dinner together. We're also sitting with 3 other Ox members. Or 4 other Ox members. Robert was there. And, you know, we're having a conversation, and, you know, Robert eventually goes, so, are you willing to share? And he asked this to Lefron. Lefron is just, like, completely confused. He doesn't understand what's going on. And he just takes, because we're sharing a dinner plate. So he pushes the dinner plate over towards me. And I'm just looking at this, and I just burst out laughing. Robert and Amber also burst out laughing, and Lefron is so confused. Like, he doesn't know what's going on, why we're laughing or anything like that. And I finally catch my breath enough and tell him, it's like, that's not what Robert's asking. He wants to know if I'm going to share you with him. And Lefron just completely loses it. Completely loses it. It was great. And I told him no, over my dead body. I'm not sharing Lefron.
Well, certainly. But... I had no idea Robert had an interest in such things.
I was about to say that.
I agree.
When the fuck did
It kind
Robert
of threw me for a loop. I was just like,
feel
wait,
that way
what?
for Lefron?
I don't know if he just meant that more so in, like, he saw an opportunity and he took it, like, as a jest type thing. I don't know. I think so, but it's just like... Alright. I'm not gonna worry about it. It was very amusing, though. I do love that man.
Is that such a strange thing to be flustered about? No, that's the opposite of the question that I want to ask. Well, I share your response. Is it so unusual a question to have flustered him?
LeFron is someone that I've noticed is... He's not used to this, still. Being in a relationship. He isn't fully sure how to process the emotions. It's a learning process for him still. So, like for example, when the two of us are out and about together, right? And others, see us together and they make little comments and such like that. The Ferrari, for example, they make the funny little kissing sounds when the two of us are together because it's them. He gets flustered about it because people know that the two of us are together. So I think it's more so him just trying to come to terms with that. When someone else comes up and makes a comment about me, like, in that kind of way, right? Like, if I'm going to share LeFron with someone else type thing. It's... Probably for him, it's a little... mix between worry and perhaps a little bit of jealousy. I don't know. But... I know he means well.
Jealousy, I might understand if Robert was asking to share you.
Fair.
Welcome back, Rin.
Avi's getting naked.
What do you mean Avi's getting naked?
What? He got so drunk. He drank one of Robert's reserves. He was so drunk. He's getting naked.
We need to stop letting Robert make those.
It's more of, we need to actually have a better lock on the
He's surrounded by people who can help him.
Okay.
Sorlier's there. Tariel's there. He's okay, but he is naked if you see him later.
I see.
Oh, for fuck. Ren, we need to put a lock on those damn things.
They keep breaking them.
You know what? I have a better hiding location. Give them... I need to talk to Robert and have him give them to me. I'll hide them. I know where
Robert is probably perfectly responsible for giving them out. Who knows? Maybe he'll give one to LeFron. You wanted to speak to one end or both of us?
He did already.
Yeah, if I could grab you for a little bit. I know you've had a line of people.
Lead on.
But I also heard you rode a horse.
I did not ride a horse. Where is this rumor coming from? Lothariel has a horse. That's the closest thing to me riding a horse that's ever happened.
Wait. Hold on, back up.
Lothariel made a horse, and then you rode the horse.
Why does everyone think that I rode the horse?
Because you two are dating.
That doesn't...
Is it euphemism?
Why would people use a euphemism for this? Is it that out there to just say, like... What,
I don't know.
What's the difference between saying Talia rode Lothariel's horse versus just saying Talia rode Lothariel? Like, just fucking say it. Lead on. Let's go talk. I've been looking for you, actually.
I need to go see this now more than
Good luck.
I'll see you later, Talia.
Fuck's sake. It's a
Yeah,
bizarrely incorrect rumor.
Yeah. Yeah, I was confused by it, if I'm perfectly honest. Like, why? Why horse?
Because he made a horse. It's a divine construct.
You can see
Been a while.
robot sleeping on the sleeping bag.
You hear a muffled Robert? I get the Viking stool, huh?
I mean, you could have had the chair, but you
You know,
didn't
I'm
take
just
it.
You know. I refuse. I'll take that. Whew. So, earlier this week I broke the news to Loom and I was thinking of moving. And Barrett, bless his heart, is, made it clear, no hard feelings and all that, but isn't it just so telling that here we are, the eve of, me looking at other teams, and Sunny and Saline haven't said a word to me. Because they're too busy with Saline's whole thing. It just... I was having second thoughts, but that really solidified it for me.
So you're convinced you don't want to be there?
I was having second thoughts. I was thinking maybe I can make it work. But just, ain't that just the way? Right? Like, here we are. They know. I made it clear, I'd be talking to teams. It's been all day. And they can't even, find a minute to spare to talk to me. I kind of feel like it's pretty telling. And the whole Vesper thing, so, that's...
Yeah.
Spoke with Lefron. He, he was just curious why I was looking, and, Murtash and Caleb seemed pretty gung-ho about getting me on board, so, they, cordially invited me. They said, whatever happens, you're welcome to come. Am I an asshole for wanting them to, try and keep me?
I think that you have all been together long enough that it's not unreasonable to expect that they might put consideration into your shared history. But if Elenia or Yuki came to me and expressed that they had thoughts of leaving, I wouldn't try to stop them. I would explore whether there were considerations that could be made to keep them. But I want what's best for them. And if they tell me that that's not to be on a team with me, so be it. You, I think, have a much easier question. Don't ask whether or not they have done what you might wish to keep you. Simply ask yourself, now that you are faced with the opportunity to consider whether you have a home elsewhere, given all the opportunities that you have to choose between, if Lumen were to extend you an offer, and Ignis were to extend you an offer, and you were presently on neither team, which would you accept?
I've been trying to think of it like that, but my head just runs circles. Like, I get on with Caleb and Murtash, but, and LaFron's been nice enough. He's actually been pretty polite, but there was a point where we were button heads over Vesper at one point, and, we got heated. Sonny's a sweetheart, and Barrett clearly wants to keep me. And Rowan does too, and I'm sure Vesper would if he was here. But that's part of the problem now, isn't it?
Yes, I'm not sure that's
it's hard to think of it.
Support for the thing as much as it is an argument against.
But that's what it's like, hard to think of it as someone fresh. There's just so much. There's so much tailwind. So then I tried to think of it from a strategic standpoint. And the issue is, from a strategic standpoint, I actually think I would benefit being on Lumen more than Ignis. But arguably, I would be even a better fit for Aqua or Ventus. So I can't really think like that, because then it just gets more complicated.
What is strategy here? Battle tactics?
How we work together. Yeah, staying alive tactics. Survival. How we could keep each other alive.
I think you would do well on any team. But in terms of pure survival, what will keep you alive is your speed and nothing else.
I agree. But there are times when injury is inevitable. And when that happens, the pack is better than being alone. And I think in that capacity, Ventus or Aqua, y'all have the strongest healing. And I can keep you healing better than anyone else. But point is, thinking of it from that standpoint just makes things more complicated and adds more to the equation.
If we thought that you would succeed on Ventus and be happy here, we'd offer an invitation. But the reality of the situation is that I don't think either Elenia or I believe that that's true. I've been thinking about it a good bit, and I think you'd kind of be rather miserable on our team. You're not going to get along with Yuki. You get along fine with me and Elenia. But my teasing aside, there are things there. Otherwise, the teasing wouldn't have mattered. And I spend a great deal of time with Lothariel as it is. I think you disagree with a lot of my actions and my radicality. I think you would find that I make decisions you don't agree with. I think you would find that I make decisions that put you in jeopardy. I personally would enjoy having you, but you wouldn't be happy with us. That's the determination that both Elenia and I have arrived at. But I do think you will be more successful with Ignis than with Lumen. I think that things are easier now when it's okay that the other three are distant. It's okay that you enjoy Rowan. All of this because Vesper isn't around right now. But what happens when he comes back and gives you an order?
I've been thinking about that a lot. And I don't want to sound like I hate the guy, because I don't. Just...
Rin,
It would be a fight. It would be a fight.
If the members of Lumen care about you, you're not going to lose your relationship with them when you go to Ignis. If they want to prioritize you as part of their lives.
I was up.
Hail Gelab.
Sorry, I need to check. Do we have potions in here?
No, we
I was
cleaned this
just
out
stabbed.
months ago.
All right, cool. I was lightly stabbed.
Wait,
earlier.
what?
I need to get a health potion.
Can you just
Don't
come
don't
here
even worry about it.
and I'll fix you?
Nah, don't even
Caleb,
worry. I'm good. I don't want to interrupt your conversation because you're having a time. Wait,
You're part of alchemy. How
It
do you
would
not-
literally be faster for us to have just fixed you than to have this conversation. Come over here. Where are you injured?
Gallup, I thought I missed Gallup. Gallup,
What's
did
that?
I actually did one of those strikes?
Oh,
hit you?
it penetrated.
Oh shit! I didn't know. Sorry.
Gallup's been penetrated by Murtash.
I'm so
Wow.
sorry. I didn't know that they hit you. I thought I was just stabbing in the air, and then you got real close. But I guess-
Where are you stabbed?
From?
Right here in the gut. No, it's fine. Let me explain, please. No, don't take this into any sort of consideration, okay? So basically, Flora walked up and we started talking about stabbing, and I thought, you know, if they're going to talk about stabbing, I need to demonstrate what stabbing is in case they don't know. So I did this, right?
You thought
case
they
they didn't
wouldn't
know
know what stabbing is.
That's what I'm fucking saying.
Stabbing was for the act of
Don't do any
stabbing,
sit-ups for the rest
but
of the
I
night.
didn't do it at them. We were like this distance from each
Alright,
other. Like, see how
That's
far
what I'll
each
do,
other
stabbing
now?
you.
We were that far away.
Try
And I
not to
did
do that
this,
either.
You know, in the air.
Or at least get stabbed somewhere
Which
else.
you don't need to fucking do.
It was a demonstration, and then Gallup reached to try and stop me from doing that in the air, and then I'm sorry.
Okay.
I've been stabbed worse.
You
did.
sound like you're at equal fault here.
Yeah. Come on, Gallup. Lock's arm with yours.
Don't fucking take
Let's
his
go.
side.
You literally walked into his knife.
Don't fucking take his side. What the fuck are you doing?
Thank you, Ren. All right, let's go.
I like how I'm the afterthought in this situation.
They make me happier.
Yes, they do. Just go tell them that you want to be on their team. Just go say, I really like hanging out with you, and can we do that a lot, please? And then when you're having a bad day and they're those two people right there, you come hang out with me, or Elenia, or Lothariel, or whoever the fuck you want. Go wake up Robert from his, randomly giving people his fucking potions and having them stripped down in the middle of the...
They figured out that they can bully him into giving away stuff, so, not entirely on it.
No, but... Your life is not lacking for people around you who you can talk to and feel better for having done so. And you are not in need of people who are going to keep you alive. Because if that was the only consideration, Lumen's going to do just fine. Rowan's amongst our strongest. And Sunny's learning some medical stuff. The strategic argument sucks.
The potions just feel wasted.
You're never going to be alone with your team. And also, the amount of enabling their bullshit that you'll be allowed to do. What else are you an alchemist for?
Yeah. I don't know. I guess I'm just not used to having a choice. I guess there's a surplus of people, I guess. I'm not used to that. I'm used to one. You get your one, and that's the one.
This is a decision that doesn't cost you others.
You sure?
Why should it?
I don't mean that, I'm not... I don't mean that in, a passive-aggressive, undermining way. I mean, are you sure?
Am I sure that you should do this?
That won't cost me people.
I think that if it cost you people,
Best
the things you
aside.
valued about them didn't matter in the first place. The only thing that it can tell you is that you were wrong about the people that you're mourning the loss of. Let's look at it this way.
I guess that makes sense.
If I were able to offer you an invitation, do you think I would be gone from your life if you picked Ignis instead? Of course not.
I worry, maybe. Not necessarily by your choice, just... Look at Kenvale. We could have lost all of you.
And the next time we go into battle, I could lose Elenia. And just because I'm standing there doesn't mean there's a damn thing I can do about it. You want to not risk losing people? Go find yourself a small island and live there for the rest of your days with every single person that you hold dear.
I tried that. There was a rift under it.
Yep. Funny thing there, life.
Winds of fate. Valkyrie blowing me around. You're right. You're right, I guess. Just scared.
If it goes poorly, all you'll have is a team that you kind of enjoy, but that you don't hang out with. That's all you got now.
Okay. Then I guess I don't like making choices. This is hard.
Always sucks, doesn't it?
I don't like it. This is why I said Rowan wanted me to be lieutenant. This is why I said no.
So your options are, you join Ignis and maybe be happy, or you accept the lieutenant position and be petty to Vesper. Which will give you satisfaction, but will not make your life better.
I guess I should go find them and let them know.
Go.
I feel nauseous.
You want me to go with you?
No, but thank you. Even if it was a joke. Thank you.
It wasn't. I would have gone. I didn't seriously think you wanted me to, but if you had said yes, I would have gone. And now I'm going to leave so that you can't keep thinking about it.
Fair. Smart. Should I talk to them or Lumen first? What do you think?
Rowan around today? Go tell them.
He's busy. Ignis?
You can celebrate that with them now. You can talk with Rowan about it tomorrow. Or tonight. Whenever.
Okay.
And that way, you haven't told Lumen, so if they say some really stupid shit when you go over there, you can always back out.
I mean, they know. I let them know earlier this week, but you know what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah, but you might go over there and they try to stab you as initiation. And you go, maybe I should not listen to Talia. Maybe this was a bad idea.
I get what you mean now. Okay.
Go, find them. I'll see you later, Rin. And I'm happy for you.
Thanks, Talia. I hope things go well with your selections, too. So you were talking with later?
I don't think she's going to get an invite from us.
No?
I had ulterior motives.
She's kind of cute. Ivor wants on, I think, too. Or at least to talk to you.
Yeah, he's on my list.
Wow. Alright, I'm gonna go find Heckle and Jekyll.
Have fun. Lefron might have been heading towards bed. Not sure.
I think he might have, yeah.
That's Robert's fault. You can blame him. Actually, let's make sure my people aren't in here as well.
Yuki was.
Well, Yuki was over there a second ago. I don't need Yuki, though.
Fall? Which one were you guys born in?
Autumn? What?
Hey guys.
Oh, written by Naz Byron?
Hey.
I don't remember.
We have a tavern.
Another tavern, mess hall.
Alright.
Just to see what's going on
That
there.
is basically a tavern at this point.
Hence why I called it such.
Jacqueline,
Are you here for the horse?
a moment.
No, she's here for Jacqueline. Is this off?
Am I here for the... Why does everyone think that I've ridden your horse, Lothariel?
I'm just curious.
Why haven't you?
We thought it was an innuendo at first, but we were proven wrong. Do not worry.
It was an innuendo.
What a bizarrely strange and transparent innuendo.
Just as
It was not
Lothariel's
my
horse, his
idea,
horse
it
is
was
bizarrely
Gallum's.
strange and transparent.
Let's go before we kill the man.
It is a shaved horse.
It truly is just a moment, and you certainly don't need an answer right away, but if you want on Ventus, you have an invitation.
Already. That was fast.
We had talked about it earlier, and we talked about it after. I would have made it then and there, but I wanted to make sure Elenia was still certain after you asked all of those deeply probing and invasive questions about our innermost demons.
I'm curious. And I want to make sure Ventus is the best fit for me.
You're smart and observant. That's all. That's what makes you appealing.
I try to be.
That's all.
I'll keep it in mind. And I'll get back to you as soon as I'm sure of the decision, but I think it is likely. Aqua is pleasant, but Ventus has something that I've been looking for in a team.
In that case, if you are to accept, are there any amongst the others who you would be particularly dissatisfied were we to choose?
None. They're alright.
Are there any you would like considered, specifically?
None in particular, but I can speak well of some. Ivia may seem hard-headed on the surface and intimidating, but he has a soft center. I'd recommend you consider him. And Helma. I won't lie, I have biases. She's an old friend of mine. Back from Favira.
Really?
But...
You didn't arrive together?
Yes. No, we didn't. We haven't seen each other in about 5 years.
Small world, I suppose.
Fate works funnily. But yes.
Wow.
But though I think Helmet has eyes for other teams. But something to consider.
Fine. I admit I've spoken with her little enough. I hope to do so, but there are only so many hours. We'll see if tonight has yet time. I am guessing not, but
yes.
Alas. I'm going to go chat with Ivir. He had wanted to speak with me as well. Go on, sorry.
Oh, I was going to say thank you for the invitation. I appreciate it. Though feel free to revoke it at any second.
Are you planning on doing something particularly stupid?
I never planned to do anything stupid. But I'd be a liar if I said it didn't happen.
I mean, so long as you invite me, you know. Maybe we can talk. Go, have your evening. And thank you.
Alright.
Yeah, I really don't.
Ivia, that's what I was saying before. Ivia.
Hey, Talia.
No.
Hail, everyone.
Sure were.
No,
Feels
you saw
only.
Yuki and then you jumped over to give her a hug and then you fell on your face and then you latched onto her leg.
Now you're finally in the lead.
Is that what happened? Put your fucking knife away.
You were
I
even
intend to
before.
stay there.
Who was ahead of her? The horse?
Ah.
I'm going to push you into the fire.
No.
Please don't
no,
push him
that's
through the
fine.
fire.
I'm not going to push him into the fire.
I'll douse him if he goes into the fire. That's fine,
I'm
I'll
stuck on the
douse
horse.
him.
I'll get off the horse. I'll get off the horse now. Sorry.
Look, I can easily just douse him off. It's not a problem.
Depends what kind of stabbing you're talking about. God damn it.
Yeah, but like to show that you would need to demonstrate, right?
Did Ivy head to bed?
No. That is really cool. Please don't throw it at me.
I'm not gonna stab you. No,
It's okay.
I threw it that way.
The mess hall. The other two went to get drinks and stuff.
I need to meet
I'm
up.
ashamed.
Alright. I'll probably be back at some point if you're still awake, otherwise I'll find you, I'm sure.
Oh yeah.
There are so many people, and little enough time.
Your loyalty and the compassion that you'll have for each other.
But have you ever tried braiding your hair, Alma?
No. It's always just kind of stayed long, and I've kept it.
Oh, oh, oh.
Hello.
Sorry, I thought I saw something.
Hello.
Hi. It wasn't you. I'm saying things. Okay. But yeah, no, I think it would look really pretty braided. But then again,
Thank you.
how long would it take? I kind of want to find out how long it would take. Can I braid your hair at some point?
Ivy,
Sorry, I'm really
did you
talking
still
about-
wish to talk?
Sure.
Yes.
I guess.
Yes, apologies.
It's fine, I don't mean to interrupt. We can certainly do it tomorrow if you want.
I'll see you around.
I am simply walking around. Helma.
Hmm?
I will catch up with you later if you are not in bed.
Alright. You'll probably know where to find me.
Hmm.
How private a conversation would you
Anywhere
like
is
this to be?
fine.
Alright, let's just go find a bench then.
Apologies. It is rather cumbersome, but it is a family weapon.
Nothing wrong with personal items.
I had heard from some people that Ventus was looking for frontline combatants.
It is something certainly that we lack. Though I suspect we are looking more for the people than we are for their skills.
Which is also admirable. I will admit I am not very good with words, but if you ever need assistance, I am here. We're all fighting the same fight.
You're from the north.
Correct.
The three of us.
Just west of the forests.
I'm a northerner. And it's this that gives me reservation about the fact you are one as well.
I understand. Then I will be blunt. I was part of a Reaver clan. The Wingless Dragons, if you have heard of them.
Not by name, at least.
Though I am not... Well, that is not the right way to say that. While I still hold true to my culture, I am trying to change.
Why?
There's been a lot of bad in my life. I have hurt a lot of people. And when the time came, I could not protect the ones I loved anyways. Perhaps it would be different if I was different. But one cannot dwell on the past, only change the future.
Do you know how many people you've killed?
Not off the top of my head. Though I took no joy in killing any of them. I can say that with certainty. I'm sure you are aware it is survival of the fittest.
I am. I am from the clan of Magnus. We bore the symbol of a white raven. Reavers too.
I believe I've heard of it in passing, but
not sure we would have spent all that much time in your area.
yes, we did travel below ground for half of the year.
I see. What are you looking for in a team, except someone who desires a front line?
I am still trying to find that out. I'm not really looking for a team. I am looking for a place to call home again. I'm tired. Mind you, it does not need to be a clan, but allies I can trust would be nice.
And is Rosewood not enough?
It is getting there. But there is always a family in a clan. At least from what I remember.
Ventus was a family once. Not anymore. I'm not sure we will be again. Not really sure I want us to be.
But you will still be allies, will you not? Trusting each other.
I hope so. But I don't know it for certain.
It is hard to be a leader. I do not envy you.
I think the greatest difficulty is that every leader I've known in my life is an example only of what not to be.
I knew a great leader once. She never got a chance.
What made her great?
She was kind. In a world full of pain. Though perhaps I'm biased, she was my older sister.
I find most of the time that there are kind Drozens and there are living Drozens. I'm sorry for your sister.
It was Rift Beasts. That is why I fight.
Do you care what kind of leader you have? Or simply that they let you get vengeance that you seek?
That is a question I do not know yet. I am trying to quell my wrath, not feed it. At least situationally. So far, I think Solus is a fool, but his heart is in the right place. Yorl seems competent, but he is elusive for a leader. Though I suppose you hold the title on that one. You are very busy.
Would that it were not so sometimes, but... Did you ever wish my time? Let me know when you can, or... Otherwise, if my lieutenant can be found first, tell her. I'll make the time available.
Which one is your lieutenant?
Elenia. She of red hair and the scarred eye.
Yes, I plan to talk to her tomorrow.
We've spoken now for some time. What is your measure of me?
Practical. Logical. Very... No, that's not the word. The word eludes me for now, but... Smart, but busy. Mainly lacking in manpower at this point. Similar to Yorl, but different. I think that is the best way to describe you so far.
Fair enough. What of Jacqueline?
Jacqueline, I trust. I was reserved at first. But they are smart, kind, and loyal. From what I've seen, at least. I am realizing that most of my first impressions of people were harsh. But they are warming up to me.
It's safer to be harsh, no?
It is. But perhaps I could try being kind for once. I think I would like that. seems like near impossible, but not quite there.
Mayhaps.
It fits you in a way. Kind but harsh. Not exactly, but somewhat.
An interesting
At least you're not as impersonal as Luca. All he cared about was what I could do and why I was here.
Yeah. Luca and I have little enough in common.
To be honest, he seems slightly more competent than I first envisioned. Though the first few times I met him, he was only drunk, yes. He seems like a good leader for specific people. I do not think I'm one of those people.
I am certain that he is an excellent soldier.
That is a good way to put it.
I am also rather certain that an army would not fare well in the north.
That is also fair.
I'll not pretend that I don't have reservations on where it is you come from, knowing what I do about where I do. But it has been an interesting conversation, and you've given me much to think about. I'm sure we'll talk more in the coming days.
I will be available.
And as I said, should you wish for my time, I'll make sure you get it.
Safe travels and good night.
You as well. Someone taught him that, I wonder. I bet.
Well, at the very least, a high level 3 caster. Myself. But then the rest of the casters are.
I am being kind.
No, you're fine. I'm dizzy.
Understood. But
Oh.
Sorry for working, I guess.
No, you're fine.
Most of the time we find ourselves in the front.
Right.
Blinking's healthy.
Yeah.
Hi, Hi, beautiful.
I've blinked before. I blinked before. It's pretty. It feels pretty good once in a while.
Blinking. Yes, I sure do love blinking.
You guys ever like to blink sideways, or do you just strictly do it up down?
What?
What?
You blink sideways.
I didn't say I did. I'm just asking if you guys like to just do it up down, or do you like? Is it like an all up down thing for you guys? Like,
When you say you guys, are you talking to the front or what?
I don't know.
is everybody? I mean, I'm not excluding you.
How did you go? So you get to talk
I don't think anyone can blink sideways.
I have spoken
Hello, Floor. What's up? Hey.
in a relatively non-stop series of one-on-one
Like when you blink.
conversations since we were together this morning.
Yeah?
I spoke with Avi, Helenia, Yuki.
I thought that was just a lizard thing
Jaffer.
for blinking sideways.
I fear.
Do you blink
Rin,
sideways? That's what he's asking.
Mainiv.
Birds maybe blink sideways?
And
Birds
now
blink sideways?
I am with a very handsome man who I love quite a lot.
Birds blink sideways?
I don't know. I think that's
I know
funny.
some birds have teeth on their tongues. Oh,
This isn't fair. This doesn't count.
Yeah, but they have teeth on their tongues.
No.
Oh.
They do?
Some, like geese.
I think cats do too.
Why is that?
Birds have
teeth. Oh, this isn't a drink. This is a potion.
Ta-da!
Is that a mana potion?
I have spots on my tongue.
Oh my word.
I mean, this is a mana potion. I mean, I'm not used to them coming like that.
It took me a second to
No, I
realize
mean
what you
they've
were
always been there. Like if I like go
Too much.
There are. Okay. You know what? I'm not on medical. I don't know what to
Yeah,
make of that.
people tell me I do.
Oh. Like, you need help? Or.
Huh? What?
Riveting conversation.
It really is.
I'm not gonna lie,
Do you want me to get you anything?
I'm tired. I talked a lot today. There's a lot of excitement.
This is all that I need.
Yeah.
And confusion.
I'm starting to lose my voice. Don't worry. Been at it all
Yeah,
day.
you missed it.
I might turn in. I mean, it's almost at the hour.
Flustered him again.
It is pretty.
Come on.
What's up?
I'm gonna get back.
Good night, Floor.
I'll tell you
Have a
about
good
that
night.
one later.
You having
Wait,
fun?
Wait.
Yeah.
I have a
I
question.
like this ruby.
Night, Fleur.
Floor.
Get it.
Good night.
Do you prefer floor or winter?
I don't know. Whatever
Well,
you want to call me.
If you ever decide you like one more than the other, you're like, just let us know. I guess.
Okay.
Mm.
Sure.
Cool.
Have a good night.
I wouldn't tell you.
Fair enough.
Thank you.
Nice.
Good night.
I don't know. Have a good night. I'll figure it out later. I'll talk to you later, Luca.
Take care.
Oh, Luca.
Mind if I sit?
Rin, how do I whistle?
By all means.
Can you whistle for me and do one of those whistles where it's like...
Good.
Thank you.
Oh.
So what's everyone up to?
I don't know how I feel about that, Lethariel.
Vibing.
Is everything okay?
Then you shouldn't
Just
have
forget
agreed
what
to
happened.
it.
We're fine.
Oh.
Yeah, but I'm just gonna stop myself
Going
there.
back to the unsorted tins? Right. Okay. I'll help you.
Oh, hey, Luca.
I'll be back.
You got this, Luca.
When I was coming over here, Angiel told me if I saw you to tell you to hurry up.
Oh, yeah.
And
Oh, we
and
got that,
something
guard
about
patrol thing
Umbra
later.
slander.
Umbra slander.
I don't know. You said something about too much Umbra slander, and he told me to tell you to hurry
different
up.
teams talking about the others.
I fixed that. Don't worry
I'm gonna
about
help
that.
the cadet get back to her.
Luca, I took care of that. I took care of that. It's fine.
Yeah,
What?
but yeah, he told you to hurry up. I don't
Don't
know why.
worry about it. Don't
Cool.
worry about it.
That was all.
I took care of it.
Okay.
I have no clue.
I'll see you guys in a bit.
See ya.
See ya.
It's fine.
It's gonna kill me.
It's fine.
Let me grab
Oh, he strikes you down. I'm gonna strike him down back.
I'm sure, but still.
Anyone gonna fill in the blanks here?
Well,
what?
I was just, surmising that Ignis is one of the best teams.
Yeah, we're pretty
I
cool.
was saying,
Hey.
in jest, that Umbra may not be as good as us.
I offered
In
Angela a
jest.
spot on the team earlier.
You offered Angela.
Murder?
Just in case.
You're
Because,
stealing
I
their
think they're
healer.
Okay, but like just in case. No, just in case because we were talking. No,
Don't you
I'm not
have no
trying
more
to. Like, I
slots?
just in case. It was just in case. It was just in case something
Why
would
is
happen.
this keg there?
I was like,
Just in
oh,
case.
I said if because he was talking,
Wait,
about
why
how
would
Luke
they-
is trying to apparently something about
Haven't they only
Luke,
got one slot?
wanting
Should
to
have
get
two, right?
Winter on the team
Well,
because
I
she's
mean,
cute
one
or something,
left.
and I was like, well, if things don't go well on your team,
Yeah.
because he likes.
But who
looking
was
at
the
her,
one
I
that
think it
left
said.
that was
I was like, well, if things
before?
don't go well on your team, you have a spot with Ignis.
Ufron, Murtash, Caleb, Philia. Were there four?
We have to consider everybody that we.
Oh,
They lost
right,
Shia
okay.
most recently.
Discussion and weighing.
And Kingsley before that.
What?
Oh,
What was
yeah,
that?
right.
It's nothing.
I mean, I was just trying to.
Kind of still picture Kingsley on Lumen, so
I think he
I know that was a long time ago.
I'm sure he's firmly planted on Umbra.
Because, I mean, I don't care what people can do to, join our team. I was saying that we don't really have any healers. Philia knows, first aid stuff, but not, any, divine healers. So having one of them would be pretty cool, but I don't know.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but the current Ignis strategy is just be really hard to kill, and you won't need healing.
Yeah.
That seems to be the current motto, right?
Yeah.
That's what I'm
Yeah,
signing
definitely.
up for.
Well,
Yeah.
Okay.
there's extra steps, but that's kind of
basic gist of it.
Have any of you considered learning a first circle healing spell at any point in time?
Maybe.
a few times. And
Yeah,
then
I've considered it.
I realize
You might want to consider
Your
it.
divine
very
spark is
useful.
awakened, right, Murtash?
Well,
Shouldn't be that hard for you.
Yeah, I can create a barrier or a shield right in front of me.
Theoretically.
Conversation, but is Jackson okay? In the corner over there. Yeah, I was
Don't question that.
What
Oh,
the?
Jackson, are you
Jackson?
okay?
Jackson.
I think he
I will
passed
check
out.
him. Hold on, let me go. Okay, he's still making noise. Is he sleeping? He's asleep!
Might be best to take him back to
Alright.
Sarah.
Yeah.
That would be good.
We should probably head out bed and go to bed ourselves. To be honest, it is late.
Wants to carry him.
Agreed.
Should I do it?
I wouldn't mind.
I mean, if you want to. Oh. Jackson, go back to sleep. You're about to get carried, okay?
It's not a want if you can.
No. No carrying.
Be careful.
Thank you. I'm good. No, thank you. No, it's fine.
That's well.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I'm retiring for the night.
Take it
I've had an
easy.
eventful day, and I'm done. So,
Yeah.
oh my
no,
god, there's so much happening today.
Go 3-3 on making him flustered, Maynard.
No, you're doing good. Thank you, guys.
What?
Go 3 for 3?
What?
You
I
drinking
can do
tonight?
that.
Huh?
I
What?
drank earlier.
Talia.
Good night,
What
Lefron.
you say? I can do that.
You are rather soft-spoken.
He's also sunk in the floor.
Did I hear that straight?
What?
Alright, I'll go to the airship.
Yeah.
Are you?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're keeping count, Lefariel.
No, guys.
That's not fair.
What, of
Who's keeping
making...
count of what?
What?
Sounds like you're keeping count
Of what?
between who can make their
Oh, not in the slightest.
Don't worry, Talia.
We've just joked about it twice already today.
Wait a minute.
Is this a contest?
No,
Are you contesting this?
not even in
I
the
don't know,
slightest.
What?
Well, they seem happy.
I have no idea how many times
couldn't
I've made
even
Lethariel
explain
flustered
it, but
today.
I'm really
I'm gonna go
sorry.
follow
Lethariel.
Jackson.
No offense, Manus, but my money's on
Not a
Talia.
bad idea.
Hey.
Oh, I know Talia has me beat.
You okay? Why'd you come back?
It's not a competition.
I got bored.
You were gone for like less, like 30 seconds or less.
Yeah.
I don't.
Okay.
Come on, Lefariel, now's your chance.
Thanks.
Yes. Do you?
I laid down, that's why that happened.
Thing.
I'm fine.
I'm not very good at encouraging.
Okay.
Oh, it's happening.
Ooh.
Don't say ooh.
I spaced out. What are we doing?
You gotta get used to the audience. The fairy, it's not gonna work. If you're not
This
Would you
is
like
when
to
you
come with
say-
me so we can be more intimate privately?
Absolutely.
Why are you flipping me off?
Oh,
Where are you guys going?
Come on, Talia.
LeFron, you want to do the same?
Princess, you're not following.
Explain it to you, but you
Your feet
really
are on the
wouldn't
ground.
understand it.
Okay.
Take
My
care,
man, there you
Lethariel.
go. Yeah.
Have a good night.
I've tried,
Okay.
don't worry.
Good night, Lefariel.
Good
Good night, guys.
Good night, everyone.
Oh,
Fun with the
see you
whole-
guys.
That was something.
Ridiculous.
Man, good night.
Were you actually trying to compete over it in
Not at
some
all.
way?
I was just fucking with
I
LeFron.
believe you with a smile. Oh, okay. All right. I don't like to. I don't think I'm a very public person, but I do intend to stand by my word.
Have a pleasant evening, you two.
Good night.
If you are so willing.
Absolutely.
I know I'm not that tall, but I worry every time.
I think it's old.
I don't think. Listen, I don't think we're even yet.
I love you.
Love you too.